Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I always bring to you the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, and the wisdom of the universe. And with that said, hi, how are you? Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. It's 2:20 in the morning time. So I could hear other folks out there was like, hey Dave, you're gonna do a live stream tonight. So here I am. Good morning. Hi Teresa again. Sharing out now. So it's 4:20 somewhere. So and having conversations. Hey Doug, I got your email. Elder Barry, howdy, howdy, howdy. Delaney Pearl, oh my goodness, everybody jumping in today. Wonderful. Tonight. Good morning. And so me and Miss Teresa were having a wonderful conversation on the phone that we have chats once in a while. And a particular thing, not necessarily related to anyone, but the subject came up. And I told Teresa, and there are times when I feel like I feel compelled to get on the internet and do a live stream and just have a chit chat with y'all. And then there are times when this, I have arguments with the spirit. And I told this to Teresa. I said, you should hear some of the arguments that I have with spirit sometime in that, they were like, go do a live stream. Yeah, but it's 12:30 in the morning. This is going to, yeah, yep. And I was like, so I'm being honest about this. Hi, Doug and Elderberry and Michelle. And I'll get to you in a minute. But it was like, the spirits of, when you get in harmony with your spirit guide, okay. And I've kind of warned people, like, don't go out there channeling other spirits. You channel your spirit guide. You make sure it's yours and nobody else's, and there isn't any interference, and that you can trust this voice in your head at all times. And that, so my warning has been over the years, and it still is, don't go channeling anybody, but ask your spirit guide to do the channeling for you. Well, I'd like to know about this person. Okay. Somebody on a show a couple of years ago, they channeled Hitler. And I was like, are you nuts? But anyway, so, but in this, so for many years, I did my best to ignore the voice in my head. I took pills for it, literally for years. And so part of my issue with having a little bit of remembering problems or being able to do certain tasks, but, I don't think it has anything to do with, yeah, I'm getting old, but I don't think I'm getting senile yet. I'm getting, maybe a little goofier at times, and but I'm 68 and I'm proud, and I deserve to be a little ornery at times. But anyway, so but I was thinking, in my spiritual development, which I'm still learning, I am a shaman in training, because I'm still learning. If I had learned all this stuff, then I wouldn't still be getting hit with these with stuff. Um, Reawakenings. I've seen this stuff before. I felt it, thought I understood it, and then all of a sudden, one day, you get this flash of energy that comes over you, and you thought you had it figured out, and you were comfortable with it, and the next thing you know, there's another whole level of understanding on that which you've already received. And you go, holy crap, I thought I had this. It's not that the energy that comes to you later on is bad. It's just more. There's more emphasis, so um, But where this was getting humorous to me was that, when you don't listen to the spirit, when you don't listen to your spirit guide, and you ignore them, you tell them, to go take a hike or whatever, that you will. I told this to Teresa. I said, it's not that they will make your life hell, but you'll trip over something in the middle of the kitchen floor that ain't there, and they'll go, "Come on now," they'll they'll let you know that maybe it's not such a bad thing. So you'll trip over your own self, and they'll go, "Now, watch out! Now you're not paying attention," and I look up and go, "Oh, they're trying to tell me to go do this thing." Yeah, okay, but that it's not that there's harm or that it's bad karma, but it may be bad karma if you don't listen. So for myself, uh, and having argued that I did not want this in my life years ago, and having the distrust, and Mother Mary had to show up back in the house with a couple other folks. Sister Helene showed up, and they were like, "Dave, get her done." That's why I got my "get her done" hat on tonight. So this is one of them things why we got to get her done. But here's something that is important that they want me to talk about tonight. And blessings to all y'all. And Doug, let's get to your questions before I get started. You sent me an email and I read it 3 times. And hey, Miss Pearl, I think she's in the house, ain't she? Doug, Project Skyfall's Chloe, howdy, howdy, howdy. Not all messenger box show the picture. Get what done? Whatever it is that needs to get done. I love you all too. I really do. It's just amazing. Yeah, Delaney there, Miss Pearl. I'm staying sober tonight. Why? Well, no, I do understand. I used to be an alcoholic, and this is sort of where part of this is going to. Cosmic hugs back at you. Elderberry is still yesterday for me. I was looking back up anyway, see if I missed anything. But anyway, about the skies and the earthquake and so forth. I've been getting different people have been getting different projections of volcanoes and earthquakes, and that something big is going to happen. And I went outside and was talking to Teresa on the phone before I got online here, then looking out, and there's definitely a UFO out there blinking and twinkling to the south of me. And it's from its height and how far, away and so forth. They're mostly over the Gulf of Mexico from here, because I'm within 100 and some odd miles, depending on where on the coast, if I go south from here to the ocean. But anyway, so when you see activity that's at the 10-mile or 10-kilometer depth, there's a lot of stuff that's going on under the planet at the 10-kilometer thing. And some of those things could be man-made, or let's say, and here's one of the things we must take into account. Okay, we have to, because there are other entities flying around out there that have earthquake machines and have used them. They're trying to use them on us. Mother Earth's having her own problems, but some of these folks are trying their best to stimulate some other things. Now, there was an earthquake that was up around Alaska not too long ago, and some of the ET folks, they put out this big tsunami thing, and there was like a wave, and then all of a sudden there was another earthquake, and there wasn't a tsunami. And that's supposed to be the good guys who the second earthquake was very shallow, but it stopped a possibly a very terrible tsunami. And so, there were tsunami warnings that went off when down there in New Zealand, but then all of a sudden they didn't. So we have to consider that the bad guys may be setting these sun guns off, but there are good folks who are trying to keep the devastation down, like the tsunami thing. So I find that interesting, and whether or not I believe that this alien factor is true or not, the fact that the tsunami warnings got canceled, kind of thing, like, well, we're still going to look, but maybe not. So, and they're big earthquakes. The bad guys want to destroy this planet. They've had enough of us. There's too many of us. And some of these folks, you can tell how they want to get rid of us and control us, because some of these same people are holding high offices all across the world. But many of these folks have been resigning and stuff too. So keep an eye on that. That scatterbrain that is up there in, where we're talking about. Oh my God, even the Dems are going, what the F? So anyway, this ain't about politics, but it is about watching the signs of things. So there is going to be earthquakes, and then there's going to be quakes that are, how do I put this? Like spiritual quakes, okay? And the earthquakes generate, harmonics within the earth. They displace harmonics, the vibrations that go through the water. The Shaman was really up the last couple of days. Then there's a big blank spot. I checked it earlier and it was like, nothing to write home about. But a couple of days ago, it was steady and it was it was showing up. So there are other things going on, but is there going to be some other big earthquakes? You betcha. And if you want to quote the Bible, and in diverse places. And I used to do sort of an earthquake warning thing to folks. And I realized there were other people out there that were just as competent as myself to discuss this. But the times that I was allowed to see previous, upcoming events, I saw that volcano blow up down in Guatemala, and 6 hours later it did. And since then, I'm like, y'all don't warn me, because I saw it so clear, and I was looking at it on Google Earth and all of the towns and all the people and all of that stuff 6 hours earlier, and then the volcano goes off. I can still hear those people screaming, and so I've asked my spirits, if it's really big and really something I should warn about, then otherwise I don't really want to know. And I called too many of them for my own benefit. I don't really want to go there personally, okay? It's caused me too much trauma as far as the dreams, and I still hear the screaming. It's unnerving. So I've asked my spirits to, like, let me know if something big's coming up. Yeah. But I was like looking for things, before. And they said, okay, so the deal was, we'll warn you, and we're going to, I still look around, but there was 2 or 3 times a day I had an earthquake monitor. Who's going off where? I mean, I was like a constant monitor of this, and I had gone overboard for myself. Not that it doesn't interest me, but the earth changes is there. But so many other people are now paying attention to those, where a year or two ago they were like, yeah, okay, earthquakes. But now, as spiritualness has increased, so has the perception for people to feel things too, as well, also, including, etc. Now, one of the things that I realized, and I'm going to talk about the looping thing, and this has to do with a lot of stuff, okay? So, but I'm going to use myself, as I often do, as my example. So when I was applying for my disability, um, the honestly, the judge had something against me, honest to goodness, because when I applied in a different district, within 6 weeks, I got my disability and an apology from the judge in the other district because of the behavior of the judge that uh, denied me my disability for so long. So you have to continuously get sick. So if you improve it all or you stay the same, they're going to make up some excuse that, well, then you're not really, you're not really handicapped, then, are you? When the state of Georgia said we can't hire this guy. He's intelligent, yes. He's got a degree in CAD software design and so forth. He's an engineer and a machinist, and yes, but because of his disability, we cannot hire him, even though he is qualified and he has up. We can't. So the state of Georgia said that, but the federal government said no. So in this, every time there's a point to this. Every time somebody asked me something, I had learned this speech pattern. And the speech pattern was, well, I've been to the doctor and I had another test and then I had another thing. My sister just recently went through this. And and I've seen it with other people, and they've even come up with a diagnosis that people who are on trying to get disability legitimately. I mean, I figured at age 56 or 7, I should have worked enough, and there was proof of my seizure activity and so forth, and that I really shouldn't be driving a lot of the times when I was driving because it was mandatory for my job, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, that was back then. So, but I found that I was going into a loop. So every time somebody asked me how I was, well, my back is still bad and I've been to the doctor and I've been treated for this. And well, in my head, I'm still having seizures and and so somebody else would call me, well, how you doing, Dave? And I would go into this loop. Okay. My dear friend Serge, who passed away a few months back, I loved him to death, but he would get to us, and alcoholics do this. But because I had quit drinking, I when I was drinking, I didn't notice it because we would go into loops together. Well, he would go into these loops of discussion about certain things, and it would be a this, and he'd talk about that, and remember about this, and remember about that. And then about 2 hours later, he would start right back on the loop, and the the subject was the same, but the words were different. So I don't know, talking about water, something, something. There were many times the loop was the Gulf oil spill and what it was doing to the wildlife and the long-term effects on marine life in the Gulf, and so he would start there, and then it would go to this and and then there would be a pause, and then it would be back to the Gulf thing, and then the thing, and it would be the same topic, but with a little bit of different loop to it, much as I do sometimes after 2 or 3 hours, right? Same subject, but a different twist. Well, but this was every day, every time we got together, or every time, so I might go on a tirade for certain things, but that's many times I try not to do it because I understand that looping is something that we sort of do as human beings, just in how we tell our stories, right? So, as a puppeteer, the people would ask me, being a self promoter sucks. So you have to tell the truth. Well, I've done this many plays and I've done that. But people say, well, my God, you've done all these things, you're so full of yourself. And no, but I am sure of myself because I have directed several plays. I've written 2. I've adapted, 2, actually 4 classics, and we performed them on stage. I have, worked at Tallahassee Little Theater with people from FSU, and this is all true. I was in a world premiere of The Vikings, as one of the two lead characters. And I'm not bragging. It's the fact. It's the truth. This is my resume. If you was to ask me if whether or not I'd had any engineering experience, I'd say, yeah, I worked as a machinist here, and I did that. I was a high-speed grinder. I worked with, Pratt and Whitney and them folks making blades for jet engines. Well, that's not bragging. That's my resume, So, but when you're promoting yourself, you have a tendency to get into a loop so that you just repeat it. And so, yeah, and it becomes what some folks would call rote. In other words, you wrote it down and you repeat the same damn thing every time. Well, now, what's this got to do with spirituality and things? Well, there are people who are looping in the spiritual sense of things because now a lot of us have done it. I've done it, okay, and I'm still in a way, guilty of it at certain times and instances and whatever. Um, I've had enough of the heater. I got warmed up, but in the understanding of this, we want people to understand where we are spiritually. So many times folks will use the references that they understand. Now, for myself, along with Miss Teresa, we were talking about this in way earlier, in that, we have a Catholic background. We both have read the gospel in front of a congregation of church members more than once. I lost count. So there are things that did I tell a secret? Anyway, but in that, there was a certain amount of spirituality that each of us attained at an earlier age and maybe some other folks. But where that journey has taken us, we've kind of ended up sort of in the same place in our spiritual journey. But now, I'm not speaking to her, but about myself, in that over time, we find ourselves to where we sort of repeat the same things over and over again because it's somebody new or somebody wants to ask you a question. So you want to be honest, you want to be as um, I want to say as simple as possible in the explanation without getting complicated. Because in some of these things that people are looping, they will go back to the Bible, for example. When we have to understand certain things, the Bible was written by men, okay? And so all of these things that were written by these guys, by the church and everything, people are taking this stuff, quote, and pun intended, as the gospel. When Jesus didn't write down anything, everything was word of mouth. And until they wrote it down, quote, the Christians were talking to each other about this guy. They didn't have to write it down, okay? So, but it was conversations as the native populations did. It was word of mouth. So they told a story about this guy and what Jesus did. Did you hear about this? There were several hundred of us sitting on a hill and we were all hungry. And they started passing around this basket with loaves and fishes, and everybody was fed. And there was all this stuff. We don't know where it came from. It was a miracle. So, they're like, okay. So these things traveled by word of mouth. The stuff that the supposed apostles discussed, and why don't they all tell the same story? But I digress. My point to this is they put so much faith in the words of the Bible, in the word, because it's the word of God. Okay. No, it's not. It's the word of men, supposedly inspired by God. Let's get this right. Oh, but you're bashing the Bible. Up to a point, yes, because it was written by men. Too many people use the words as their religion, as their spiritualism, and it's not the words. It's what the words convey to you spiritually. That's supposed to what's happened. Well, if I don't have my Bible, I'm not close to Jesus. Why not? Jesus didn't write anything down, but it, we got to be practical about this. And people want, but the Bible, well, when was it printed? You know, you've heard me talk about the Bible thing. If you've got a Bible that's older or newer than 1984, that's when there was a big change in Bible printing. Okay, I've talked about this before. I won't go into it now. But there are so many different versions of the Bible, and I send you back to the original Douay Rheims. The what was the original Catholic Bible. It is so easy to read. It's so easy to understand. Go back to that and read it. My daughter has done so, as I've discussed. But she has to have the word of someone. Okay, now as many times as she's been to powwows and quote understands the spirituality of things, she gets it, but she don't, because she still has to rely on somebody's words versus just giving in to the creator and giving in to your angel, your spirit guide, and saying, I accept it. It's there. I accept that my spirit guide is with me, especially, I accept it that I am part of the universe. I accept this. So, but what people will do for themselves, they will go into a loop of spirituality. And in that, because they have to go back here and refer to this and say it over again, and they have to repeat it for themselves, and they have to repeat it to other people, And I was telling Miss Teresa, I said, I listen to Pastor Paul Begley. And because, there are many things he talks about, but everything is tied in to, prophecy, and everything is tied into this in the Bible and everything. And I'm like, so I listen, but here's the thing though. That, you can find, if you want to, you can find doom and gloom in the Bible if that's what you're looking at. And I keep telling people, go to the end of the Bible. It says we're going to have 1,000 years of peace. Forget about all this other stuff. But and I have done videos on this, and I've read parts of Revelation. So it's not like I'm being a stick in the mud about this, but it's there. Yeah, if you want to understand some things, pick the right Bible, go back to the old one, and just read it without any opinion as to what God is saying. Because John's talking to an angel that appears to him. Now, why do I take that over something else that might possibly be in the Bible? In that twice John was visited by an angel, and twice the angel said, Get up, you are as I am. Twice. And it's in the last 2 chapters of Revelations. The rest of the Bible, forget about it. Because Jesus said we're all alike, we're all the same to, the Father in heaven. And if you do as I do, so what he does is that he puts no value in personal things on this earth because you can't take it with you. So, in understanding this and in the parables that Jesus talks about, I think it's in James 2, I did a video on it. The rich man walks up and he says, Jesus, I have all these houses and I give food away, and all my family and all my friends and my servants are well fed and everybody's got some. He said, what do I do, master, to. And Jesus says, give it all up and walk with me. And he goes, but I can't give up my house and my servants. And Jesus will go, well, okay. And so the man, left, and he was all in a tizzy, right? The Bible doesn't use the word tizzy, but that's my interpretation. But So, but when we understand, though, that there are people who wish to manifest God in their lives, and, well, if I ask, I've listened to the 700 Club. Oh my God, I just want to slap some of them people. Well, one of the, I wanted a bigger jet. It wasn't, you're not comfortable with a, 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 a dual prop, you got to have a jet. Well, and it's not that it's a jet. I need a bigger jet. And the folks that buy into this, and support this kind of stuff, you got to stop and go, what? But what we do in our searching for spirituality, I've got lots of books, okay, and I still read through the books, don't get me wrong, but I don't rely on just certain words. Now, there are certain books that I refer to more because they have more information than another, but that inspiration can come through any book that you may pick up, other than the Black Mass or something like that. So with that, though, um, we are taught, like Catholics, to do the Rosary for Blessed Virgin. Now, I've talked about this before, and I'm not, but it's about the repetition of things. There are holy monks that say certain prayers. I mean, there are Buddhist monks and they've got prayer beads and they're constantly doing the prayer bead thing. And I have done that. I have said the rosary many times. I have used prayer beads. But as a shaman, in looking at this thing through an ancient shaman rites, is it necessary to have beads to have your prayers heard? Is it necessary to have, to say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy king? Okay. Do I have to say that every time? Do I, that it gets into a spiritual religious loop that we must have that every time, or these other prayers. Now, I'm not saying that they're wrong, but just bear with me. This is a touchy subject. In that, do we get in a spiritual loop where if we don't do this just exactly this way, we're somehow not doing it right? And the answer is no. Because doing it over and over and over and over and over and over at the same time, you can get into this frame of mind where your mind is looping. So you're in the original intent you had for this prayer or whatever. I'm praying for such and such. Hail Mary, full of grace. So, but you're concentrating on the words so much. If you use that same energy and said, I wish my friend Irma would get well. She's been sick for a while. I'm asking Creator and the spirits to send her loving, healing energy. And, if you repeated that, wouldn't that do more good than repeating a prayer over and over and over and over and over again? And well, but I'm saying the prayer because I want Mother Mary to intercede. You're talking to her because now this is how the Catholics believe. You're talking to Mother Mary. So she will intercede for you with Jesus and God and ask them, hey, I got a follower down here and they would really like your help. So they don't necessarily give Mother Mary or that figure any powers other than that she will intercede for us with God and or Jesus. Okay. She's going to speak on our behalf. Now, bear with me. I've prayed Mary many times. I've said the rosary thousands of times. But here's the thing that I've learned. It's not necessary to do all of that. It just isn't. If I have a feeling that the mother essence, the goddess, Mother Earth, the goddess in the universe, Mary to some of us, is that it more prayers are necessary because of children and the woeing and the wailing and gnashing of teeth, where men are like, they're cold. A lot of folks are cold hearted, right? Where women, supposedly the mother instinct, we feel that. So from the mother side of the universe, we are asked for prayers versus praying for the guys to go to war. Okay. You know, male, female. Okay. We're praying to the mother side of things, whether it be Gaia, goddess, Mary. Okay. So we're going to pray for the female side to have more compassion. So, thus, now for me, that's not what they told us in Catholic school. I pray to Mother Mary to intercede for our sins. You know, wait. You got to throw that word sin in there. Hang on. I think I've been a pretty good boy here. You know, I'm 12 years old. What the hell do I know about sin? Especially back then. Well, you know, talk to the priest about the sin part of it. But in the spiritual looping, we seem to, I've done this, so I've had to overcome it. So I get it. So my experience, but you have to be so freaking honest with yourself. Well, no, I'm not really doing that. Really? I'm not speaking about y'all. I'm just saying. In general, you have got to be so brutally honest. You go, holy shit, I am. I really am. I'm spouting I go into this loop and I repeat and I talk about, and it's like, yeah, well, there are certain basic things we should always say or should always believe. But then there's all this other stuff that goes along with it that people loop through it. So we personally, well, you know, I ain't talking to Jesus if I don't say the Lord's Prayer, or I can't connect with the Spirit because I haven't lit a candle and I haven't, you know, sat down. Listen, if you're if you get the connection to your spirit guides, the more I learn about this, I'm always connected. I don't have to stop and say a prayer or grab a crystal like I did in the past, because somehow it's not that I've moved past it, but I've moved past it. And as I said the other night, there are three in the magic realms. They say the first realm of magic is that there are spells and paper and wands and, you know, and staffs and things, right? The second level of magic is that you use sigils in the air, and you've seen, you know, different movies where they write the sigil in the air. Okay. And then the third and highest realm of magic is that you just know that you have it. So, in talking with Teresa, I said it's sort of like when, the in the not the Hobbit, but in the Lord of the Rings, where Gandalf is Gandalf the Grey, and then he fights that beast and falls into the pit, right? And then when he emerges, he's white. Now, he's Gandalf the White, you know, so it's like there are references that he comes down the mountain and that he's Moses. But in reading it back when I was a kid, back in the 60s, I was reading Tolkien. So my imagination of how it looked and then how they made the movie, but I already had a mindset because I've read it. And so it was the transformation of Gandalf, and that he was Gandalf the Gray, meaning black, white, he's in the gray area, right? So he didn't attain any power, but in the fight of the demon, in the darkness and in the fire and everything, he found the true 100% power within himself, and that he didn't need anything else. He possessed the power. And by learning that, by defeating the dragon or the demon or whatever it was, he came out of the deal as Gandalf the White. So nobody spread any special magic on him. He understood it through himself. Now, think on that one for a minute. Um, Charismatic Catholics, I have an understanding, and it's well, like in my church, they kind of saw anything with spirit as evil, fed by the red one. Yet they tell you to be filled with the Holy Spirit. Now you know that's holy, but it goes against what they taught and still teach. You know, I agree with you, Chloe. That's why when I was in, the Catholic Church, I don't know if you were a member. Uh, I say I take my hat off and I'm joking, but before some of you were members of my congregation. But anyway, um, the sister Helene, the Dominican nun that Tampa Catholic, we discussed so many things spiritual, and she was like, "Listen, don't be a priest, don't be a Catholic. Go out and study Buddha because that's what Jesus did. Study other religions, study the spiritualism of what they teach. Not It's not the words, it's what the spirit will teach you." So, and what I've learned over the years has not been, it has been sitting down with elders and telling the old stories. Now, I've read a lot of stuff, I've seen a lot of stuff, I've done a lot of, research in many areas, but the true things that I've learned is sitting down across from these people and looking into their eyes and feeling that emotion. That's like when I decided to do this, I said, I'm not going to get into any fancy backgrounds. I'm going to just be me, because if we were sitting around the fire or sitting here in the house, it'd be me and you, it'd be us, right? So I want you to see my eyes. I want you to see the expression on my face. And by your kindness and your comments, I understand that I'm 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 getting through, okay, from my point of view. And it doesn't mean that you have to believe everything I say, but that you will at least take into what I say as a possibility. Because I had to mull over a lot of this stuff for a bunch of years before I was like, son of a bitch, that's what they meant. Holy crap. And I just got it, and there'd be something that happened or I saw or a vision, whatever it was. But so in this discussion of looping, we sometimes find ourselves in a loop, and we have to first off recognize that it's happening. Now, you have to listen to what you're saying to other people. You have to listen to what you're saying to yourself. And I kept noticing, holy crap, I'm looping. And earlier on, a couple of years ago, I even said, here I go, I'm looping again. I'll catch myself, because you have to listen. And if you don't pay attention, then you just go into the, and it's sort of like some of these preachers. Um, I mean this with high regard, Pastor Paul Begley. Because he knows the Bible so well, but he goes right back into this. But it's in this scripture in Isaiah, and then Daniel said this, and blah blah blah. They go right back into it, into a loop. So it's like, okay, we get it. Okay, it's in Isaiah. Okay, and okay, it's in all right. It's in Isaiah. All right, okay. And that was the problem that I had with religion in that respect, in that they kept pounding certain words and phrases and stuff into us, to where the pastors and the preachers and the whoever are in a loop. So, with that said, we have to look in the mirror, and we got to be brutally honest and go, am I looping? That's number one. So then the next thing should be, am I looping? If so, show me. And now for me, I said, okay, warn me. If I trust my spirit guide, he's going to tap me on the shoulder and go, you're looping again. Holy crap. Yeah, I am. Okay. So it's learning to trust yourself. It's also learning, teaching you how to listen to yourself. Am I looping this thing? And well, I've changed a word or two around, but yeah, you're on the same damn subject and you're looping again. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But are you paying attention to yourself? It's not that you shouldn't do it. It's that say it once and get it over with. Now, I do a 3-hour video and sometimes I do a lot of looping. So I'm guilty of this. You all have seen it. But at the same time, my connection with the spirit is that there are times when if you could just kind of feel, hear what's going on in this area with me, it's like they really want me to emphasize this because somebody out there ain't getting it. Is how it comes through to me. That somebody's still not getting it, Dave. Tell it again. Use it, Here's another example because maybe somebody they're listening, but they ain't paying attention. And as a Bible term is, but there's also Native American type things that, you know, um, if Great Spirit calls you, will you hear? And so, in this understanding that, especially in my older years, that the Spirit is always with us. If you connect with your spirit guide and you don't deny him or ignore him like I did for so many years, I mean, I got to be to the point where I was a klutz and they were showing me stuff. Don't put that there. And then 10 minutes later, somebody knock it off, or I did, or something. We warned you. And I thought I was being badgered by a poltergeist or something. And then the spirit said one day, listen, we are talking to you. We're warning you to don't do. Yeah, but I just put a cup down. Yeah, but they knocked it over and it broke, didn't you? And it was a favorite cup, wasn't it? Well, we warned you and you did it anyway, dumbass. So, so it's like they didn't do these things to me, but they warned me ahead of time and wouldn't pay attention. So, and I mean, for years, some of this stuff went on. And I was convinced that a negative energy entity was attached to me that were doing these things. And then one day, sitting and having conversation with my spirit guide, trying to pay attention, they said, we're not doing this. We're warning you, dumbass. You know, what? And that's, but if you will just pay attention to these little things we're showing you, we're proving to you, Hawkeye, because I was trying to get out of the Dave mentality, if you will, and move into my spiritual self as Hawkeye. And this was before I had a minister, I say a minister, a medicine man come and stay with me for a while. And it was before my initiation and sweat lodge and that kind of thing. So, but leading up to that, it was like, listen, we're trying to warn you of these tiny little things. But in these tiny little things they were warning me about, it was helping me to connect all the time to my spirit guide that's always there. So it's up to me to listen or not, you know. But so they were telling me, look, we're not trying to harm you, but you're doing harm to yourself because you ain't listening to us. So, and for me, I look like a klutz all the time. I mean, literally, I look like a klutz all the time. People thought I was cursed, and I was like, then when I started listening, and when I just allowed it, they go, well, maybe I shouldn't put that down. I'll put it over here. And I'd kind of look around and go, is that okay? Yeah, that's cool. And I'd go on about my business. But with that said, though, this is a personal spiritual journey that each one of us has to find on our own. So if you get this little premonition, don't put that down over there or whatever, then pay attention to it. And don't put your cup over there or, now to this is leading up to the bigger things like earthquakes and things, Doug. I'm coming. I've never gravitated to religion, but have always believed in a higher power. Exactly. Hey, David Castle, how are y'all? Julianne's in the house somewhere. I missed. Um, anyway, so now I'm telling you this because it's each of us will get caught up in this at some point in our life, whether it's spiritually or my early example almost an hour ago about my getting disability and what how is your condition, and you go into this loop. It's an automatic thing and it's recorded. And one day I was sitting in the doctor's office and somebody asked me how I was doing, and I was listening to everybody else in there, and I was like, I've had my issues and I'm here for the doctor. And you know what I decided to say? It's been worse, but I'm doing okay today. And that was my answer versus, well, my back still hurt. I skipped all this other stuff. And I went, wow, that was easy. So there were a lot of times then now I was like, well, how you doing? And then somebody say, no, Dave, how are you doing really? And I realized I've been faking it a lot. You know, Oh, there are times when I really feel like shit and I'm in a lot of pain, but I just tell, oh, everything's just fine. And that's a lie. I mean, I'm telling you the truth now. But at the same time, if I go into my own private personal loop of, well, my back still hurts and, I couldn't do what if I go in, then I will recreate that loop in me of what's wrong with me versus what's right with me, you see. So now I haven't really, the thing about what's right changes from day to day. So whereas my aches and pains don't, that gets repetitions. Well, yesterday, it was outside. Me and the dog went down and I'm clearing the trail and I'm opening up this area and I'm getting ready to build the rebuild the sweat lodge again. And I'm opening up trails down into the woods so I can, make it down through here easier and I can get around some of the down trees and blah 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 blah. So today was sort of like a Saturday or a Sunday for me. It was like I've done so much the last couple of days. I just had to kind of, wasn't into running around outside much, even though it was a beautiful day. It's y'all's fault. Um, Greetings back to you, David Castle. Doug says, cleared to go back to work, but only light duty. I can't stand for too long. 20 pounds over my head. I can't pull something over 80 pounds. So I am good for nothing. That's not true. There are a lot of things that I can't quite pick up or whatever. Duggar thanks you, by the way, David. Thank you. Makes me a business owner. Yeah, I was talking to Teresa about this. I said, when I 2 weeks ago when I first went down to the back to float in my backyard, hey Julie, and love you. Cosmic hugs, everybody. Continued. But the water's cold, and make up all these damn little excuses. As I was telling Teresa on the phone, I was like, I'd convinced myself not to go. Where a couple of years ago, I wouldn't. So the water's cold. I've been in mountain streams in the middle of winter time. I've done all these other things, and it's like, but as I get older, I come, my comfort zone. I have gotten in for myself now, to be honest with you. I've gotten into this, well, I don't really know. It's too cold outside. Bullshit. Get your ass up. So I did, pulled the kayak down to the water and cold water or not, got in, and, then Duggar ended up jumping in later on with his wet self. And then what it proved to me was how much I'd missed kayaking. Now, the rivers have been bad around here with either being too high or so low. You really don't want to go down there. It's that bad. You got to walk in places and getting in and out and in and out. Anyway, and I've been using Duggar as the excuse. Well, he can't really fit in my kayak, which is sort of true, but I've been using that as an excuse to just not go to the water at all. And that's just wrong. So, but anyway, the water's way too high at the moment. But after playing in the backyard with me and the dog and the kayaks and everything, I'm like, but so I had gone into my own little loop in my head, okay, physically. Well, I don't know, the water's a little cold. Well, I don't know, you're back. Well, I don't know, you got to pull the kayak down there. How many times have I done this in the past? Get your ass up and go do this. So physically, we can get ourselves into, well, I don't know if I can do this. Well, I don't know. Oh, get up. You know, yes, I still hurt. Yes, my back hurt after I did it. But I was so happy that I had floated in the kayak and paddled around, and the dog was running around through the water. It was joyous. So, yeah, I put up a little bit of pain. Big deal. So it was more worth the joy than it was because if I'd have stayed home, I'd have still hurt because it hurts all the time. It never really goes away. So it's like, so why not have a little bit of fun? And when you hurt at the end of that, you go, yeah, but we floated, we were in the kayak. So we can create our own loops of things, right? So, but this looping carries into the spiritual, whether it's habit forming or whether we have to have it a certain way every time and we got to do this. And people call it, well, it's my daily routine. Yeah, but are you really looping? Have you gotten into a literally mindless condition where you just say this out of rote because that's how you've learned to do it? Or brush your teeth last. Oh, I just have to brush my teeth in the morning. Yeah, but then you go eat breakfast, dummy. Go eat breakfast and then brush your teeth. You change something, you know, because there are some people who are so OCD. God bless them. But and I went through a period of time years ago. I think it was a combination of meds in my own brain, but I had gotten kind of OCD about some things. And I realized that I had kind of was a little bitter about it if somebody knocked me out of my OCD routine. I'm like, what are you doing that for? And I'd get, "Rrr." And I realized, wait a minute, hang on, whoa, whoa, whoa. Number one, you shouldn't get aggravated, but I'm doing my OCD thing. Don't interrupt me. And then I realized, oh, holy shit, I'm doing an OCD thing. I'm not OCD. Where did I learn this? How did I pick this up? When did I start having this? Wait a minute. Could be a side effect of some of the medicines, and some of that was. Um, and it was just interesting. But the point of realization, because I was searching to be a better person, because I was searching myself now to what behavior can I correct to be a better person? Oh my God, you've developed this OCD thing. Well, yeah, but and you just got a little irate about that. Yeah, well, but no, but yeah, but nothing. What is with the OCD? What's you being cranky about it? What? And you're trying to be more. I was learning things through some of the powwows and stuff. And I was really getting more introduced on a personal note, having camped overnight for weekends, at powwows and hanging out with people before and after, and sometimes during, and meeting these people from all over the place. I mean, we met people from Germany and Sweden, and we've met people literally from all over the place, not just Native Americans, but people visiting. So culturally, I really miss going and doing. But realizing that my spirit guide would tap me and go, "You're doing that thing again." Yeah, shut up. Man, you go on about your business. Well, if you don't listen enough and you make that whatever side that angel is sitting on your shoulder, um, and you say, "But wait a minute, yeah, this is where the honesty comes in." You have to honestly look and go, wait a minute, maybe I am being a little cranky. It's almost 1:20 and it'll be 4:20 somewhere. So for those of you who can, poetry, thanks Mother Nature, Teresa. Hawkeye night completes the night for me. God bless you, Doug. Magic hands, everybody, we all have them. Yes, Julie, and I would agree with that. It's how we direct that energy. I do. Michelle Nature, you're youngin. Is that true? Is am I right with that? Little man got his healing from mom in connection with Great Spirit. Yeah. So anyway, after an hour of talking about this, well, I will continue to send. I got your picture too, and I sent a flash of blessing to you. So I always hope that it reaches. Um, and there are times when there's so much confusion, so far behind. Oh, stop! Hey, what's that sound? Everybody, look what's going down. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I've got to beware, singing songs and carrying signs, saying so much religion, so far behind. Oh, stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody, look what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your heart, it will keep. Good night, Julianne. We love you. Or good day, or wherever you are. Thank you. I'm getting my 420 ready. I'm 2 minutes late. I thought I'd already done this. Everybody, look what's going down. So, we grew up, I still say the music of the 60s and 70s, and that stuff was an era, and even in the late 50s too, because I listened to a lot of, the folk genre music back in those days. I had an album of the Jefferson Airplane, the original album, that was played on a 2-speed record player. And the first time I heard some pills make you larger and others make you small, you know, see the white rabbit. What the, you know, good afternoon, eh? And some country, like I've talked about before, I've worked in radio, and some of that old twangy country music, but some of the folk country music that was sort of like um, Hank Williams in a way, but like a Woody Guthrie, and there was some others too, but the folk part of the country. But now I've played with some folks with Appalachian music and banjos and juice harps and stuff. And I gotta say that some of that whiny music that I didn't take cotton to back when I was growing up in the '60s, that I like. You know what? When you're sitting around with a bunch of people and somebody's got doing ham bone and somebody's got a harmonica maybe, or somebody may have a fiddle or a banjo or something, but it's this song and how y'all get together. So some of the songs that like grated my ears as a younger man, I'm like, yeah, but I've sat around a campfire and sang these same songs with other people, and it's like, I get the song, where it's like, but anyway, but there's still some there's still some country that is just like, oh, and how many more songs are we going to write about America? This and just saying, I'm good with it, and I am proud to be an American. I'm a Native American, by God, as each one of you are. Well, for those of you on American soil, anyway. I'm a guessing. I don't know. I don't know where y'all were born. I know I was born in the States, so. I was born in a halfway house for unwed mothers back in the day, in an orphanage, and in Cincinnati, Ohio, because my grandmother did not want me born in Dayton, where the family was. So she sent my mother to Cincinnati to have me at the orphanage there, and proceeded to adopt me out because she didn't want me in the family. My mother was a disgrace. No, she was a horny young lady and got pregnant. I'm sorry, let's be honest with it. She had 12 of us kids, or 10 of us, or. So no, she was. let I love you, but she passed on, but let's get this right. She was a horny woman. She liked it. How many kids did my grandma have? So so, but anyway, the Catholics. So I look at things when I look at religion and what religion tried to do to me in my family and what my grandmother did, and how the church tried to hide me from my true mother, and because of circumstances and social events. And you stop and think, and then there was the pedophilia later on with the priest. And you say, well, wait a minute, this is supposed to be this religious organization that is trying to teach us about God and about Jesus, and but it's not about Jesus, it's about Jesus and the commandments. And then it's the church's dogma. Okay. So the Catholics taught us a lot. I mean, I went my entire life through Catholic school, graduated Tampa Catholic. So, but in that there was we always talked about religion, and overtone masses, sons of God, hear his holy word, gather round the table of the Lord, eat his body, drink his blood, and we'll sing a song of love. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Remember that, Teresa? The folk music. Now, when I got out of high school and sang that song, hear his holy word, gather round the table of the Lord, eat his body, drink his blood, and we'll sing a song of love. And I went, what the fuck am I singing about? Now, because I had separated myself from the church after the pedophilia incident and some other things and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I'm not with the Catholic Church anymore. Sister Herlene's already had chats with me and saying, go study Buddha. Go be like Jesus, not like the Bible. So, which sent me on this lifelong quest for spirituality. Still at it, still learning. But having had the church screw me up so badly, where other people just, but well, I went to church, we didn't have any problems. Well, the preacher, he read from the Bible, and there's nothing wrong with that. They never had a, serious conflict with their own religion. And here I was wanting to be a priest, reading from the Bible, from the pulpit on Sundays, being an altar boy, and also being a deacon of sorts at the age of 14. So, and I still feel that same spirituality. There's a picture I have of reading one of the epistles, right? And I'm standing there, and they've torn the church down. The church isn't even there anymore in Tampa, Most Holy Redeemer. And I can remember standing up there on the altar area behind this thing, big, beautiful Bible, easy to read print. And I'm looking out over the people, and I'm listening to the word of Jesus, right? And how that all men should be as equal, and as all men in the compassion of such. And I felt this rising in myself as I'm holding on to the Bible and reading. And I'm like, I can really feel this Christ thing going on here. You know, I really get this. Holy crap, you know. And it was a little difficult for me to continue reading. And I'm standing up there, I might have been 15, but still facing the, full church, several hundred people in the church, and reading the word of God, and that it's making sense to people. And they, many people ask me, what mass are you going to be reading the Bible? Because I did such a good job back then. So anyway, I'm not bragging about this. What I'm saying is that I had this religious experience from reading the Bible, but it wasn't the words themselves. It was after I read the words and understood what it meant, looking out at the people, what Jesus may have felt when he was talking to the people about compassion and feelings, that whatever that passage was. And I thought to myself, wow, how powerful it must have felt for him to be able to, quote, speak these words to the people and have them respond. And, and then later on, I think back to those moments where I had those spiritual moments. I want to say on stage almost, because that's what it felt like in relating to later times. But I was honest, I was pure, I hadn't been contaminated yet by the system. So the word of God felt very true to me. So I'm not condemning the Bible or readings or anything like that. I'm not. But when we depend upon them to the point of that we're OCD, that the only words that we can speak are repeating words from the Bible. And I say to folks, can't you just speak for yourself? Well, what do you mean? What the Bible says? Yeah, but what do you think? But the Bible says, okay, I know, I've read it, been there, done that. What do you think about this? How does your personal feeling? But the Bible says, yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So, not that it isn't important, not that it isn't relative, in certain situations. I still find the relevancy of not only the Bible, but of other, teachings and so forth. So, and by other wise men and from things. So, with that said, but it's the getting into the loop of it so that it's so common, so that you're saying it over and over again. And you, in a way, you have disconnected yourself from the true meaning of the prayer. Now, we were having conversation about this. And hey, Joyce, how are you? Did I miss anybody else? Uh, Good to see y'all. Thank you. Let me have a little bit of soda here. I was going to make a late pot of coffee, and I was like, nah, I'll be up forever, And I would really like to try to get up during the daytime tomorrow and do some stuff. But anyway, um, I really want to set up this camp really bad. I do. And don't forget, the ancient Aramaic language was a completely different frequency in modern English. Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you, Chloe. I'm your wise. I'm the wise old geezer. Hey, I accept it. I do. But I will always tell you that I'm still learning things. I will never tell you that I got this. Now I will tell you that I've grasped this much of it, but um, I will go to my grave loving you, loving you. Okay. But anyway, so in the grand scheme of all of this, and it goes back to I was I was watching cartoons the other day. I watch a lot of animation from different things, and it's the show called Forget About It, right? Where the and moves to Saskatchewan, forget about it. I love it. Anyway, so the young girl who's this real pistol, and literally carries them with her, and the older brother is like, you need to calm down. So he was trying to show her art and things, and he was using sand art as part of it. And well, you make this picture with the different colored sand, and then blah blah blah, something something. And she was, well, why do you do that or something? Anyway, that I'm giggling in my head, and I forgot the response. But to the point though, those religious folks who do the sand art with the different colors and everything, the prayer is for that moment. Now, they may be chanting Om or a certain frequency while they're doing this sand art. But once it's completed, it's blown away because it's only made for that moment. Now, it may be that over time they make the same symbol. Okay, but the symbol only lasts in the sand for that point in time. So a repetitious prayer is bringing up past and whatever and so forth. Not to say that they don't have their place, but in having a prayer of spontaneity of the moment, because it's never been said before, because you say it from your heart, from your insides. It may sound similar, like I ask Great Spirit, there may be an opening that you use every time. Creator, to the spirits and to all the ancients and all the elders, I ask you, hear my prayer. Okay, so you're asking the universe and those who have come before, and you're asking for your help, for their help. And for folks to say, now, what about the elders? It's in the Revelations, by the way. There's God, there's Jesus, and then there are the elders that are sitting up in heaven with him. So don't tell me that there ain't, it's mentioned in the Bible several places. There are elders sitting with God. Okay. So there are a lot of people who don't realize what that means. Well, but they always talk about God, but they don't talk about the elders, do they? Native folks always talk about the elders, the elders who have come before us, the ones who teach, who supposedly teaches the wisdom. So it's my listening to my elders, and now I guess I'm the elder of the group, which, as my grandma would say, you accepted. I'm Granny, or that's what she said. No, I'm Hawkeye, but in this understanding of things, we understand what our roles are. But when we deny them, when my granny was alive, she wouldn't deny the fact that all the kids in the neighborhood called her granny, even though she only had two kids. And personally, she only had two grandkids, but anyway, well, three, but technically the whole neighborhood was her grandkids. She was granny, and she loved it, and she had influence with the children where she was patient. She still holler at them now, but not like some folks would do. And she wouldn't put them down. She'd go, now you know better. Now get down from there, you know. And I don't know if she ever took a switch to any of those kids, or I know she didn't to us, but she kept us from getting the switch sometimes. But in this has to do with wisdom. In her wisdom, she became wise in that she could get her point across without hollering. She commanded respect. She didn't demand respect. Because she was Granny, everybody's like, well, we don't want to upset Granny because they respected her. To all anybody else in the neighborhood, some of these kids were like monsters. Okay, throw bottles in the grass, but they respected Granny, and they would never do that to Granny. You know. But what did Granny do? She was nice to the kids. Just didn't do anything special. She was just nice. She was Granny. She was who she was. And in that, so they could go down the street to somebody else's house and raise hell, but they wouldn't do that at Granny's house. And it's not because she beat them or anything. She just was who she was. I'm looping. I'm doing it on purpose. So I've had folks who were historians. For example, one of the people that I've known, not bragging, but this is an interesting story. Lieutenant Colonel Mark Chavar was the editor during World War II for all things military. So if there was a manual for an M1 rifle or a tank or a Sherman tank, he was the editor for all of the books and all of the reference manuals and etc. He was the editor for that. He had met Ike in Germany, or yeah, I think. He knew all of these generals because he was over there as a I I I want to say, was it a major colonel? Anyway, he was at least a captain during World War II. So, and he was in Europe during World War II, but he was also the editor in chief of all of these military books on everything. So we were getting drunk one night. He was chasing this Scotch down, 40-year-old Scotch, and he's sitting there and he's going, Dave, and goddamn, he said, I met Patton. He was a real bitch, but anybody with any amount of sense knew that you couldn't run a tank more than 25 miles without the damn treads coming off. And we had supply lines and people, all they did was put treads on the goddamn tanks. And he'd take another swig and smoke on his cigar. And Patton was one of the son of a bitch. He was an asshole because, he was trying to do all this stuff and be proud. And here I was and being part of the supply chain. We couldn't keep up with the shit. So he'd get stuck somewhere and we'd be 2 days behind him with a truckload of treads for the tanks and him bitching at us because we're the ones stopping the war. Anyway, and he would go off for hours and sometimes he'd go into loops, but it was wonderful to hear this. And he was a history professor at Valdosta State College in Georgia before he passed away. So having known him and his wife and his their their daughter, who has been a dear friend of mine for years, and her children and grandchildren, so I've known several generations of these folks, and they've all been wonderful people, spiritual in their own way without cramming the Bible down your throat. Help you. If you helped yourself, they would help you. Just amazing people, amazing energies. And I'm grateful for their these older people that gave me their wisdom, because I there are still things that Miss Willa and even the Colonel, as everybody called him, that the wisdom and the things that they saw. For example, I knew this gentleman. He was the co-owner of the carnival that I traveled with as a young child and later on too. But Mr. Chuck passed away in the early 70s. And when I was in school, we had, especially Catholic school, we had like 10 or 15 books we had to read over the summer, right? So it kept us busy. So, and there would be like 5 books that they said we had to read, and then we could pick another 5 or whatever. So, I was very interested in World War II. So I picked up this paperback book about the Malmedy massacre in France during the Battle of the Bulge. And so I'm sitting there and I'm reading it, and he goes and he looked down at it, and he had this thing that he did with his eyebrows, and he'd kind of scrunch them up, and then he'd raise them up, and he'd look back down again. And he said, what do you know about that? And I said, well, I really find this and blah, 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 blah. So I'm reading this book. He was there at the Battle of the Bulge. He was there at Malmedy after the massacre. He was there and received the Silver Star of the Congressional. He was one of so many people that received the, what is that? Very few Americans get the silver thingy. Anyway, hey, Estee. So after he passed away, I was talking with the family members who we like brothers and sisters over the years, and he said, "Did you know that he got the Medal of Honor? Did you know that he got the Medal of Honor? None of us kids knew. None of his children knew that he had gotten the Medal of Honor until after he passed away, and somebody heard something anyway. And then the government sent this thing down and said that he was awarded the Medal of Honor as a sergeant during in the Ardennes forest in Malmedy and that area in France during the Battle of the Bulge. And and I was like, so all of these books that I was reading about the war for my history class and for reading subject material, I had a person and he never told me. I mean, I rode with him, we ate dinner together. He was a mentor as well. It's a shame that I didn't actually have more conversations with him, but I think back on the conversations and I was like, the guy was there in Malmedy, and I've seen, footage and documentaries and stuff after the fact, and I'm like, oh my God, and the Battle of the Bulge, if you don't know about it, is like what both sides had to endure. People were frozen upright in their foxholes, and just it was horrible, both sides. And they talk about, anyway, how bad the winters are. Um, but anyway, I'm talking about the wisdom of others, but in that he always gave me, and he never said I was there, but he said, I know about that. And, it was like this. And there were blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, that's what the book says. Well, he said that part is true, so I'm reading this and I mean, it's got pictures and then it was sort of a documentary. It wasn't somebody's had made up the story about the Malmedy massacre. It was and so, and over the years, it's gone back and it's like, they just didn't want to take any prisoners and just shot them all. That was it. Move on. Um, and there were incidents of the Americans doing the same thing. But when you say, well, how could they do that? Well, the Nazis were the Nazis. But Americans, why would they do it? Because they saw what the others did to them. And they were cold, they were frustrated, they hadn't eaten or slept in 2 or 3 days. You try that on just stay awake for a day and a half, and just have a little bit of something to eat, maybe some coffee or something, maybe a chocolate bar, and that's not counting the shelling and rifle shots going off around you. And see if you don't go a little nuts. So, and I say that with kind-heartedness, and that Mr. Chuck, you know, he hated 4th of July, and people would just, Mr. Chuck keep, no, 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 no. If he had shell shock, and he wouldn't go nuts, but it really messed with him. But when you see what happened and the shelling that they did in the Ardennes forest, you go, oh my God. And we as kids were just like, let's throw a firecracker and you Mr. Chuck, and then later on you realize, I wished I hadn't have done that, the wisdom of our elders. And he could have worn that medal of honor on his chest, but It was in a drawer somewhere. He never said a word, but he spoke about the war in Europe and what he knew. And had I only known what he was really talking about, man, the honor that I've had to speak with a Medal of Honor soldier, from the Battle of the Bulge. And I've met a code talker, Navajo code talker, and I've had a chance to speak with him and listen to him speak. And so the opportunity to be around folks who have experienced these great things, in my opinion. I mean, the problems they had on Iwo Jima and stuff like that over in the South Pacific, them boys caught hell, both sides. It was a slaughterhouse, quite frankly. And so the fact that these people endured these great things and did these things of valor, especially the Navajo code talkers, in that, if you've ever seen that movie with, I can't think of their names now, but anyway, they were ordered to shoot them if they ever got under, if they ever captured by the Japanese. And so it was serious business. And that was one of the things when I was talking with this code talker. I said, and I mean no disrespect, sir, but I said, was there ever a time in your code when things were light that you could make a joke that nobody knew about? And he looked at me and he said, son, it was so deadly serious that there was no time for any kind of joke. And I said, sir, I meant no, but I meant, that was my point. Was there ever a time when you could be lighthearted? And the answer was absolutely no. That, because, you're being shelled, you're in Iwo Jima, holy crap. So, and I was like, sir, I please, I meant no disrespect, but that's what I meant. It was so serious, you couldn't even throw in a Navajo joke, an Indian joke. And he was like, no, it was that serious. And that's what I wanted to find out. That's how serious. You couldn't even slide a little native humor in there. He's, nope, it was that bad. Or, it was that serious. So even though they were the only ones that knew what they were talking about, he said they had to create words that weren't in Navajo, like airplane, or bomber, or uh, submarine. So um, they came up with things like metal bird or metal hawk or metal the bigger the bomber, they would choose a bigger. If it was a sparrow or mosquito, if you will, it was a single airplane. So, but it's been amazing to be able to talk and listen to these other folks with their experiences and the wisdom that they've had. And there are times in my life, the reason I'm bringing this up is there are times in my life where there are some of those memories that are 50 years old or older for me that seem just as real and just as alive as when we had the conversation. And it isn't in a loop that it comes back into my brain, but it's a memory that says, let's not forget how this event was so important. And that from knowing this person, I have been enriched by their story. And so it's like, so as a storyteller, but as much, well, come to think of it, I don't make up stories, to tell y'all. I've everything I've told has been the truth uh, that's happened to me or people that I've known directly. And if it's been hearsay, or I got a friend of mine whose father, if it's that third generation down, but most of this stuff, everything that I've talked about is mostly has been something I've witnessed, experienced, whatever. So This is a story of my life and my experiences and how it is related and how I've become a, a shaman in training and the wisdom that has come from that. And you go, well, okay, so Hawkeye, what'd you get out of somebody that was in the Ardennes forest? And well, in having watched the movies and understood that there are things in my life that I thought were very traumatic. And then I think about Mr. Chuck and how humble he was at the fact that he was a Medal of Honor recipient, had been through the worst shit in World War II, one of the worst anyway. And he never said a word to anybody. It just was what he did. He was that humble. So I think to myself, from the movies that I've seen, but there was a German or Russian movie that was made about the Ardennes forest. Oh my God, you know, and some of the things the Russians were going through on the other side of the front. But anyway, to that point, nothing that has happened in my life has ever come anywhere near close to what not just what Mr. Chuck went through, but what a lot of people went through. And there are people who are suffering in ways now, but not like World War II kind of thing. I mean, there was some horrendous shit going on back then. Not that there isn't now, but not to the scale. You understand. But so the idea of being able to suffer through the worst shit, seeing your fellow comrades murdered and frozen in the snow, left by the Germans, and then to come home and run a carnival and just be a mild mannered person and never discuss it. And had I not been reading that book and had known him, I don't think any, because his children were flabbergasted that when they found out that he had the Medal of Honor, and it was like, what? Yep. So we think we got it tough sometimes, and my having known these people from that era, having seen in their eyes and their expression and in their voice and how they breathe and how they'll pause when a certain memory will come across and how they'll hold their hands, sort of like what I'm doing now. I'm not acting. I understand. I'm thinking about, watching the colonel, how he would sit in his chair and do this, folding in his hands like this, and he'd kind of look up a little bit, and he's got his scotch over there, and maybe a cigar burning in the ashtray, and he'd look up and go, that son of a bitch, that Patton, he got the job done, but he was a real asshole. I mean, just what? You knew Patton, But anyway, but it was the natural way, and it wasn't that he was bragging about it. He was just like, he was just reflecting on, like Patton was an asshole, well, it wasn't that he was like, I knew General Patton and I used to do. No, that wasn't it. How they, you know, he was a colonel. Okay. So, and he's a history. Okay. He talks about World War II. Okay. Yeah, but you didn't tell me until we was sitting in the house one evening after I'd done some work for him, getting smashed on scotch and talking literally old war stories. I'm finding out about some of this stuff. And then later on, of course, it was true. Why would he sit there and lie to me? He's reflecting on his life and son of a bitch. That goddamn son of a bitch, Patton, he was an asshole. What? Swig of scotch. Great. So, but at the same time, and it's not just that was cool, but it's how he told his life story. as just a, I ain't bragging about it. Well, Colonel, what happened when you was over in France? Well, them sons of bitches, and well, there was this one time, and then then there's that asshole Patton who's going to the South when we're still trying to defend the North, and and he's sort of giving details that from his point of view, because he was there. Uh, he was the editor of the books, but he was also captain. Is it major and then colonel? Anyway, um, I always forget. But he was in charge of making sure that supplies were distributed, and that there was this and that. So there, sort of like a quartermaster. But you got these thousands of things, and that's what he was bitching about. That goddamn Patton, 26 miles and the treads come off of them Sherman tanks, and anyway. So, but so what's this got to do with looping? I'm looping right now about the stories. But even though they're fun, and even though that for me in my memory, it's like, it's a nice warm fuzzy that I had a chance to meet some of these people. And but meeting the people and hearing the story and reading the book about these things has always had more impact if you could hear it from the person telling the story. Now, to be able to say, I want to add true story versus just a story that's made up. Now, earlier this evening, they were giving me this message that I need to tell this story. And it's one that I'm not quite sure where it came from, honestly. But having had beaver on my property and otter um, on my river, this, like I said, I'm not quite sure. So let me, and somehow this is appropriate. A long time ago, wait, Native American story, okay? And I'm stuck in my own little loop, and I'm not watching the words. They're asking me to like kind of stay on this. So the story is of the animals and is of the ancients, and how beavers learned to make a pond, and the importance. So long time ago, when the animals spoke to man and to each other, now animals still speak to each other, but I digress in that matter. So the animals were all living on this river, and there was normal rainfall, and there was always enough water and things. So, but as um, they got together for a confirmation, a congregation, and a powwow, and they were like, "Look, listen, we're all going to like pick different sections of the river, okay?" And that well, Bear, because he's Bear, Bear was like, listen, I need large, wide areas where I can go in and bathe in and catch fish in. And they were like, yeah, okay, we can we get that. So then there was Wolf, and Wolf said, all I need is to actually just drink from. So I don't need a special area. I will share, you know. And so, but then there was the buffalo, and the buffalo said, we don't need to be in the water a lot, and we don't eat fish. So as long as we have an area large enough for us to drink water, we're okay too. So did the deer and the elk. They also agreed that they didn't necessarily need a special place. So Bear set up an area, but the moose and the elk, they agreed that there were grasses and things, so they would take another portion of the river. And the smaller animals were like, well, we can sneak up and drink from here, and we don't really need a section of the river. Well, when it came to Beaver, wanted to build a dam and a house and everything, all the animals said, well, no. Bear said, well, no, you can't build in the middle of my where the fish. No, 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 no. You must go upstream. So as it further upstream you went, the animals are like, no, we have to have this open fresh water. And if you build a hutch and they. So Otter was playing along the stream and going up and down and was comfortable, in everybody's territory. Everybody liked, it's not that they didn't like Beaver. They just were like, well, what you want to do is we can't do this here. So further upstream that he went. So Beaver was like, well, he went, he followed the stream playing with Otter, and Otter said, let's find where the water comes from. And we'll go there and see if anybody is there. And then, Beaver, that's where you can make your home. So they traveled up the river until, wow, it was cascading down in places, and they found that there weren't any other animals there. But there was a constant amount of water that came down. But so Beaver and the Otter looked at each other and said, well, if you built a dam right here, you could have your own little pond with your fresh little spring coming out of the mountain, and none of the animals will bother you. You'll be safe up here. So that's exactly what happened. So, Beaver got to work with his tail in the mud and the logs, and the Otter, just being the playful person and so forth, and helped out and scouted for smaller limbs and things, and helped pat down some of the mud. And then Beaver had a place to raise his family and build a hut, and Otter had a place to swim and to fish and not be a bother to the other critters. Well, then the summers came and a drought set in. And so all the animals downstream, and who was affected the most was Bear, because this nice wide river was now really getting narrow, and there wasn't much, and he couldn't really sit in the water. And the fish that would normally come upstream, there wasn't enough water for them to even swim upstream. So Bear was looking for where's the water coming from. So he moved upstream and started moving into the other animals' territories. And they said, well, the water that the river is drying up. It must be someone's fault upriver that's stopping the water. So they all prayed to Creator and they talked about it. And Creator said, um, you must learn a lesson and go to where the water begins, from the mountain, from Mother Earth. So Bear comes up, all these other animals, and they're all heading upstream. And as they get upstream, they notice that there's this little trickle of water coming out from this mud dam, along with sticks and things. And there was this beautiful little lake with a little hut right in the middle. And all the animals went up and they said, well, here's our problem right here. It's Beaver who's stopping the water. And they wanted to go to war with Beaver, because they said, it's your dam up here that's stopping the water from all of us other animals. And Otter came and stepped in and said, wait a minute, you should give thanks to the Creator and ask the Great Spirit for guidance on this, because if you tear out this dam, there will be no water for anyone. So the animals got together and they had a powwow, and the beavers were like, "What? They're gonna tear the dam down. They're gonna, And Great Spirit sent a message and in a dream that night to all of the critters who had come up to the beaver dam, and they all woke up with the realization that Creator had put the beaver where he was as far up the river, had instructed him to build the dam to store water in times when the river would not run. And so they realized that Beaver was not stopping the river, but saving the river from going entirely dry. So they asked Beaver, and since Beaver and Otter got along so well together, you know, Otter was the middleman, and he said, listen, you should give thanks to your brother Beaver for his hard work and his foresight in building this dam way up here in this little backwater thing that none of y'all wanted to have anything to do with. And he's created this little area. There's fish for bear. There's plenty of water for all of you to drink if we learn how to share what's here. And so the animals, thinking that Great Spirit and the beaver was at fault for their problems, they understood that actually it was a blessing. So the animals, all the bear bowed down to the beaver and said, I apologize for being so overbearing. So, but anyway, in that though, in this story that, Creator, Great Spirit teaches lessons to the rest of the animals. I saw a coyote trying to catch a deer Saturday. Look back, you spooked the deer. You have a squirrel as a pet, that's cool. Beaver was their grace. So, but anyway, in having been up in the swamps and these little nooks and crannies and things, there are beaver ponds around here. So and I've tried to find this story, so I'm thinking that this is a story that was brought to me through the Creator, and from my observations of the animals. But even up here on the rivers, there are beavers, and they would build these little dams up in these little corners of the swamps and stuff. And when everything else is dry, there's always water in those little beaver places. And so that, guess what? If there's not much water and the beavers have got it, then guess where all the other critters are going to go? So they share this area, you know what I mean? So, for whether the story is actually truth or not, there is a lot of just like make sense kind of thing. But in that, they understood that to each of the animals, that none of them was above the other. When they had shunned Beaver with his big old tail, and they was like, not here in my yard, not here in my backyard, not here in my backyard. But at the end of it, they were in his backyard. So that's the lesson for today, I guess, is sometimes the least the person that you expect may have the best idea. But in the spiritual realm of things, and whether or not I came up with the story, it was spiritually endowed upon me to tell this story, um, is that the cooperation of beaver and otter, and in the understanding that, okay, who wants a card? Raise your hand. Somebody's asking. I know you are. Um, and understanding that in their cooperation, they asked Great Spirit, he said, go to where you see the water coming from and you'll find the place. So they had faith in the Creator. They had faith that if they worked together, they could have a better environment. And there are beavers and otter on my river, and they get together, and I've been in my kayak and watched the otter run across the bank, and it's just like I'm just sitting there in awe, going, "Wow, oh look at that thing go by," and you look down at me, and keep running down the bank. That's the same otter that came to me during a ceremony and came right up to me that morning. I could have reached out and petted him on the head. It may have been her, but just come up out of the water and smiled at me and went back. Just so knowing that these animals have these characteristics about them, having met beavers and otter in the wild and seen them, whether the story is true, but their situations are true. And that when water is hard to find, the other animals always group um, to these marshlands, to beaver ponds. So in nature, it's true. So we think sometimes the most insignificant thing, there's a little beaver dam there, yeah, blah, blah, blah. There's this little wetland, blah, blah, blah. But what does that mean in the long haul? So sometimes the simplest things that we can do turn into beaver ponds in a way, in that it can help to sustain and generate life. Now, I'm using this as a metaphor to roll into this, in that spiritually speaking, um, to find the smallest place and build a dam and allow the water to fill up so that others can come and drink from the waters of life. That's kind of sort of my intent. If I got a real intent, it's that I'm like the beaver and I'm building a pond of spirituality, a place or some, context that will bring people back to the natural order of things, like that nature has learned. Let's take these natural things and apply them to ourselves in a Christ-like way, because as you can't take it with you. So, but when we accept the natural order of things, then things naturally get into order. Wow, that's a profound statement, ain't it? You wanted to know about raccoon? Okay, I'll pull up raccoon and read it. How about raccoon? I'm sure it's in the medicine cards. This was one. Did I'm having a deja vu moment here. Did we look for this before and couldn't find it? And I said, wow, I'm surprised that there's no raccoon in here, because I don't see it in this one. Hmm. Yeah, hang on. I got another book right over here. That is Dancing with the Wheel. my medicine animal speaks book. So y'all are talking amongst yourselves anyway. Keep up the conversation. And all right, now I'm a damn liar. Well, now that's weird. Where is my book? Well, this is weird. Hang on, y'all. Okay. I think we've had this conversation before in that I couldn't find raccoon. There's rabbit. Nope, I'm wrong. We do have raccoon. Okay, so who asked? Dancing with the Wheel. Yes, Estee. But this is also Animal Speaks by a similar author. But raccoon. Um, cycle of power, spring and summer. Raccoons are fascinating animals, and they are. If I could ever find, there was a place in Arkansas where we were camping, and the raccoon would come up on the table. I mean, literally, like I could have reached out just like there and touched him, and trying to get into our food while we're sitting at the picnic table. So, but we're watching him and I'm taking pictures. Meanwhile, there's another one under the table that's sneaking up to try to get something off of the seat beside me. Sneaky little devils, let me tell you. I wished I knew where those. It's on a hard drive that got killed a few years back. But anyway, they are distantly related to the bear, and thus it should be studied as well by anyone with this totem. So, bear and raccoon, huh? I can kind of see that. The raccoon is one of the most adaptable animals, and in spite of encroachment on its natural habitat, it is even able to live within the city. They get along about anywhere, man. I'm telling you. The name of raccoon is believed by some to come from the Algonquin Indian word akunim, meaning hand scratcher. The paws are very dexterous. Raccoons can be expert at opening lids, latches, doorknobs, and such. Yes, they can. Because of this, they often have the reputation for thievery, of being able to get into things they are not supposed to get into. It would not be surprising to find that individuals who are thieves and burglars have raccoon medicine, even though it is not being used positively. Raccoons are fascinated by water. Yeah, I go down on the river and there are raccoon tracks all over. They like to slosh their hands and their food in it. This has given rise to the belief that they never eat anything without washing it first. Not true. Um, Actually, water increases the sensitivity of the raccoon's hands and they can feel their food better. They fish for mussels and things in the sand. The raccoon will eat almost anything available. It will capture small prey, but it usually eats mostly vegetables and fruit. This is something that those with this totem should also keep in mind. Raccoons are extremely curious, which is partly why they often get into things that they shouldn't. They love to explore. Their nocturnal excursions can be likened to mini adventures. They can be very curious about new realms, and I will examine any and will examine anything that fascinates them. One of those striking features of the raccoon is the mask that it wears. Although some associate this with thievery, it actually gives the raccoon a very powerful mystical symbolism. The use of masks to achieve altered states and for other healing and ritual purposes has been part of every society. Mask making is an ancient art employed all over the world for ceremony, celebration, and in magical practices. Concealed behind a mask, people could become something or someone else. We can become whatever we want by wearing masks. Masks are invented with mystery. They are tools for transformation. The hidden aspect, the secrecy, helps promote the transformation. It helps us to change what we are to what we want to be, giving us magic. Just as there is with the raccoon, with masks, there is um, ambiguity and equivocation. When we wear a mask, we are no longer who we thought. We make ourselves one with some other force. We create a doorway in the mind and in the physical world, a threshold that we can cross to new dimensions and new beingness. This is the magic of raccoon. It is an expert at disguise and secrecy. It knows how to wear masks for a variety of purposes. It can teach you how to mask and disguise and transform yourself. Each must develop the relationship with the raccoon in their own unique way. But raccoon medicine can teach you how to become dexterous in the mask that you wear. It can show you how to wear a healing mask or show you the face you shall become. That's an interesting statement. It can show you how to wear a healing mask or show you the face you shall become. Wow. The raccoon holds the knowledge of how to change our faces. Whenever uh, it says, whenever I take trips to teach classes and workshops, I look for any animals that may appear to determine the kind of energies associated with the upcoming session. The first time I taught a class on mask making, I saw no other animals than those I normally see on trips. I was kind of surprised. Usually, when new classes, some new animal would show up. The class went well, and as I pulled away in my car, the headlights flashed off the eyes of an animal. I slowed, thinking a cat or dog was stepping out into the road. As I drew closer, I saw a raccoon sitting on the edge of the street, its masked eyes fixed solidly upon me. I drove slowly forward and stopped alongside it. It didn't move. It simply stared at me. Goose bumps appeared as I nodded to it and thanked it for helping me with the class. It never occurred to me before that the raccoon would show up to add its energy to the mask making class. Every time since then, I always encounter raccoons either going or coming from the class on the mask making. I have honored the raccoon for its help. Now, that's an interesting story. Raccoon holds the knowledge of transformation through masks and disguise. This knowledge can be applied to religious and ritual practices or within everyday life. Do you need to present a different face to people for greater success? In other words, do you need to put on a tie kind of thing? Are you hiding your true self? Are others hiding their true self? Raccoon can help you find the answers. Raccoons do not hibernate, but they do go into heavy sleep during the winter, living off their body fat. This has connections to learning to use masks to put to sleep one aspect of yourself so that another can be awakened. This also is part of what raccoon medicine can teach. It will help you develop dexterity in using masks to achieve new altered states and dimensions. That's interesting. A lot of raccoons around here. Raccoons are very courageous and they can be quite ferocious. Yeah, they can. Litters of raccoons are brought to the nature center here every spring and early summer. Working and handling them has taught me a great respect for their ferocity, even when young. When they get older, they can become very surly. In the wild, raccoons are deceptive and agile. They are experts in self defense. If raccoon has shown up, you may see its influence for an extended time. If you are trying to make changes or endeavoring to hide changes, you are making from others until you are in better position. Plan on using about a 20-week cycle. You will find it more effective for longer and greater life transformations and such. When raccoon shows up, you may want to make longer plans. So, who was that for? That's interesting about raccoon. I don't know if I've ever read about raccoon. But I've talked about the mask before and what that entails, and the mask of the Red Death and that kind of thing. But anyway, true self is calling us all. Hey, slightly slanted. I had an encounter. Oh, elderberry with a raccoon yesterday morning. It did as I asked. The dog was ignoring me. Okay, cool. Now there are times in life when I know that it was not advantageous when I worked as an engineer, for example, to show my true self, because it was not pertinent to the job that I was doing. When you go to meet, you know, hiring muckety muck engineers from, Ford company who are down there to look over your stuff and see, how you're making their product kind of thing. It's not that you have to put on airs, but you have to put on a mask to be around those kind of folks. You have to put on your game face. That's a mask in a way. So the idea of raccoon, and a lot of times, so there were times when I realized after reading that I have used raccoon medicine in that in theater, putting on a mask of a different character, of being able to not deceive people for thievery, but through that I can tell you though that when you put on the mask of another character as in theater and you learn to become this other character, it takes you out of yourself, and that is magical in its own little way. And when people who put together a show, and there's just this tingling, and people who do music and choirs, and you get this, the hair will stand up on your arm because the energy and the vibrations between you is so so strong, and in so many words so magical. So you know there's a lot of truth to that about the mask. But the mask does not automatically mean deception. Okay. Now there would be some that argued with me back in the day, and it was like, I'm a hermit, but when I come to work, I got to be an engineer. Well, you're being two-faced. Well, no, I'm respecting my position. When I go home, I don't have to wear a tie or anything, and I don't have to wear a pocket protector and be an engineer. I'm at home. When I'm around my friends, I can, wear a short sleeve shirt and, sandals or something, but, I can't be that person when I come to work, but isn't that being two-faced? No, that's respecting the position for which I work. If I were the chief of a tribe, I would be expected to wear my headdress and to wear certain regalia because that's what the chief does, right? So, but is the chief putting on a mask, or is he putting on another face? Is it something that he's not? No. But does he wear his headdress around everywhere? No. So there is this thing that, well, if you do this other thing, then you must be two-faced. That's no. It's another part of each of us. Each of us, there are people who are really good in the kitchen. There are other people who are klutzes. So there are people who can bake. I can't. I can bake a steak, but I can't bake bread. Okay. I mean, just there are certain things, has never worked for me. Um, I'm thinking of back when I was a Boy Scout, when you had to cook a meal over a campfire, and there was this Bisquick, and you wrapped it on a stick, and you made this little bread. Supposed to be really easy to do. Oh my God! Always used too much water or something. Could never get that shit to work. And so one day I had was second class moving into first class, and I couldn't pass the test of baking bread on a stick. And the one scoutmaster, he looked at me, he said, "This was your fourth time." He goes, "Everything else is fine. You have to cook a meal for your one of your scoutmasters or something. And one of them is you have to make this fucking stick bread, right?" And he looked at me and he goes, "Do you have any light bread?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got some." And he goes, "Give me a piece of light bread," meaning, out of a loaf. And so, and he was like, "You passed." He took pity on me, because I was a second class for like forever because I couldn't pass it fucking, cooking bread on a stick thing. I still can't do it, but at least I understand it more now. It's all about that you don't put too much water in it. It's like mixing concrete. So, but anyway, and I was thinking about the concrete the other day and how many pounds of concrete, and not counting the concrete block that weigh so much each. And I got quite a few in the floor. I'm like, I got over 1,000 pounds of concrete so far on the floor, and I'm not done. 1,000 pounds of concrete I have laid myself and poured. But anyway, but I can't make bread on a stick over a fire. So anyway. Um, Slightly slanted, I agree with you, but let me point this out to everyone. And it sort of goes back to the 2 hours before when I was talking about the Jesus thing and Bible and so forth. What we have to understand is that we have always been a spiritual being. For me, I am number one because I can't be number two for anybody else. I'm for me. So the spiritual things that I do on my own behalf, because I want to be able to make the transition with as little problems as possible, and I want to learn as much as possible. I want to expand my thought process and my spirituality. So I'll just kind of slide like Granny did into the other realm. So that's the transition I wish to make. Not anytime soon, mind you, but you know, I think Granny was 72 or 74, and I'll be 69 in September. So, it's like, now other relatives are, still living, but, I'm getting more closer to the end than not, just saying. But in that, there's a comfort too. I went through a scary part. Well, oh my God, I'm going to die. Well, yeah. So I went through the death on the river and the drownings and all these other things, to like death doesn't really matter. Now, I'm not going out there trying to do something stupid to get myself killed, but that death will come to us all, period. And that if we have issues with death, we need to figure it out for ourselves. And each one of us is going to go through that process. But we have to understand that death is part of it. But spiritually, we have always been connected to the spirit. We are always connected to the universe. So when we're looking for spirituality, it isn't beyond us, it's within us. So the discussion earlier about Gandalf became Gandalf the White because he understood that he had the magic was within him all the time. The Gandalf the Gray was, well, I'm not quite sure. I'm sort of in that gray area in that I'm a shaman in training, because if I ever learn how to defeat a dragon, and I will, I think I will have learned a thing or two. But here's the thing, though, the knowledge is within us already. And so we look elsewhere for the answers that are already within us. So we are seekers of knowledge externally. But because society has taught us not to trust our own self. Now, I got to admit, I've met some crazy people in the nut house, when they locked me up against my will. There are some really crazy people on this planet that I got to say, but they need to be in these rooms, or at least on a farm somewhere where they can't hurt each other or somebody else, and they need supervision. And wish there was a humane way of being able to deal with some of this psychotic behavior that I have witnessed within people. And I've gone through my own psychotic episodes. But when I realized my psychotic episodes were just episodes, these people live in that stuff all the time. But we have to accept, though, that in order to change myself, I searched everywhere, but the answer ended up being with me. The answer ended up, I needed to make a choice. The answer was that I needed to learn how to not be so scared of dying, or whatever. I needed to learn to trust in the spirit, to trust in the Lord, if you will, and that all things are possible. Now, here's the thing: there are people who, won $1 million, and they look at me and they go, "Dave, all things are possible." Well, yeah, that's true. You can get a scratch off, or maybe a rich uncle somewhere or something. Okay, but at the same time, all things are possible if you work for it, if you work on it, if you work towards it. But if you just sit and think, well, all things are possible, and you don't do shit about it, then some folks will turn around and bitch and go, well, I prayed to God and didn't get it. Yeah, but what'd you do to try to help it? Did you go out anywhere? Did you even buy a lottery ticket? Did you do anything? You know, well, no, but because God's supposed to provide. Well, yeah, but if you're going to sit on a stool and look off your front porch every day, well, God's going to provide. Is somebody going to stop and give you food? Is somebody, but I'm starving here. Yeah, well, maybe there's some food right around the corner, but you should walk over there, maybe. Maybe you should do a little bit of something on your own. So spiritually, we already have the knowledge within us, but we have to do that work. So everybody talks about that internal work. It is true. But in looping, people, well, I can't really do this. I have to seek the Lord through the Bible, and the Lord said, and the Bible says, and the Bible and Luke and John and all these people, they said this and this. Okay, fine. But do you trust in yourself as being a spiritual person? Have you accepted that you may already have the spirit within you without having to look any further? So people go into these loops. They go into denying that they can hear. Now, I gotta say, Some of these people who are listening to whatever that angel is, whew, they got a warped, distorted sense of whatever it is about humanity. But folks like you and me that are like, well, I have this feeling about, nature, and I have this feeling about wanting to help others, and I have this compassion towards others. And, you know, okay, you got it. Be confident in what you already possess. Give thanks to the universe for, hey, I understand this much. Yippee. I don't care what grade I'm in, but I thank you for what I understand up to this point. And I know, because I trust in the universe, that more information will come my way, because I accept, and I am willing to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. It boils down to that, you know. And I say that prayer. I came up with that prayer. They taught it to me. Yeah, slightly slanted, and I kind of understand that same thing. If we die before we die, when we die, we won't die. And that sounds like a convoluted kind of thing, but I was so afraid of dying that when I went down to the river, they pretty much killed me for 3 days and said, okay. And after that, I was just like, oh, holy shit. So what I realized was, leaving this earth, it wasn't so much what was on the other side that bothered me. It was that I was going to have to give up this life. I don't want to go, well, okay. And none of us really want to go, but when it's our time, when the dinner bell rings kind of thing, ding a ling, that's it. It's our time's up. And we just need to accept that. Not that we want it to happen, or, now some folks, as I was talking to, that there are a lot of folks these days. Back when I was, there were a lot of heroin overdoses and things, but there's more of that going on now, when there's more chances for people than ever, I would think. I mean, we had, Vietnam War, and we had, honest to God, real racial divide, and, the blacks that couldn't even vote back then, and so, the turmoil and the real crap that was going down, and the social change, and the drug use, and people doing this and that. But we've gone through all of that now. It's history. But there are people who are dying more so of overdoses and heroin and so forth, and it's like they have just given up. There is no spirituality about them or to them. uh, they it they have surrendered to the gun. Happiness is a warm gun. Bang bang shoot shoot. Happiness is a warm gun. Bang bang shoot shoot. So, but people are being lost in the morphine. They're being lost in the drugs, and it's a horrible shame. But people have just said, "I've had enough of this," for whatever reason. And they're the ones that will have to, I don't want to say karma, but I tried so many times in my lifetime to deny, and this is part of the shaman thing in the title of this video, to deny that you are part, that you have a mission in life. And the mission in life is just quite possibly, just very simply, just to be the best that you can be. Just, don't get overwhelmed by things. Learn how to, stay out of it. and just be a good person. Enjoy life. Find, fun in things, and instead of being corrupted by the 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 man-made matrix, and that you fall away from the natural matrix of the universe, and you go into this false reality, and someone gives you a mask to put on, and you play a character that you're really not happy with, so they make you become a raccoon, and they're the ones that are thieving and stealing your energy and so forth. But anyway, um, but in the self-deception, there are people that I have known, and some that I still know. They keep questioning their spirituality. When I look at them and go, why, you've learned all of these things in your lifetime, but you still question that it, well, I do know that it exists, Dave, but somehow I just don't. You just don't what? You don't want to give over 100.1%. And I've talked about this in the past. I was 98% there a lot of times, but whatever, that little bit of hesitation really held me back for a lot of years. And then one day they said, "You're holding back." And I was like, "No, I ain't." "Yes, you are." "No, I ain't." "Yes, you are." No. See, I was in my own denial, and I was like, but what else am I supposed to give into? You don't believe 100%. Well, yeah, I do. No, you don't. Yeah, I do. No, you don't. Yeah. Oh. And then they showed me. It was just a little bit of hesitation on my part. I was deceiving myself that I did not have the that I didn't have it right, and all the signs and all the animals and all the space creatures and all the stuff. I was like, well, I don't know. Well, I believe. Do you? I don't know. Yeah. And then I realized I didn't really. And that little bit of extra percent kicked me over an edge that I just had no idea existed. But there are people out there who are in the same boat that I was in for several years. They just won't quite really accept it. Well, yeah, I believe it. No, no, you don't, because if you will listen to yourself, there is a hesitancy in your voice. You're hoping that you're right. You're hoping this is true. And you kind of sort of believe, and you think you're on the right. And yeah, but you're hesitant. And that hesitancy is that 1 or 2%. Well, but I got this. Do you really? But see, that only comes with 100.1% honesty and listening to your spirit guides when they say, "Are you sure you believe?" And I said at the end of the one video, Anthony Hopkins, believe, 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 believe. It's that important. And if you believe in yourself, and you know that you're not trying to kill people, and you know that you're doing the best you can with the situation you got, and you know that you want to be as spiritually correct as possible without going nutso, but it's really simple to do. That you believe, 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 believe. It was on one of Dante's videos recently. And so, not that I try to promote Dante, but there are times when I don't believe that I have the right to. Okay. It's out of respect and honor, not because I'm scared to talk about it. But in and Anthony Hopkins and the roles that he's played and the effect that he's had on people, but in his own personal life, believe, 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 believe in ourselves, especially if we're true. But if we're deceiving ourselves, well, you can believe any damn thing you want to. You can convince yourself of, that the earth is flat. I'm just saying. But my friends, it's been 2.5 hours. And the Bible has excellent advice, some historical information, but but really controlled by it. Um, yep, slightly slanted. Karma is both good and bad. We need to not accumulate any because good karma holds us here, just like bad. Why? Because we can't leave when we are stuck in loving relationships and people. Um, we are stuck here. I think that is true in some cases. It's like somebody asked me one time, they said, when you die, is your spirit going to be around here? And I was like, I don't know, because I'm a pretty adventurous person, but I've been here for so long and lived in this house, built the house, blood, sweat, and tears kind of deal, that it'd be hard for some of my essence not to be left here. You know what I mean? So, but would I be here to like, you know, um, haunt the place or whatever? I don't think so. Now, slightly slanted and to others, I have reconsidered my stance, if you will, on karma. I think karma is what we make it, you know. I used to be, oh, everything's based on karma. Well, I did something, must have been bad karma. And I had to put that way in the back of my head in that if I do a bunch of collected bad things, am I going to suffer it in the next life? And what I know about this life, I was a mofo in my last life. I mean, killing people, rude, just nasty. And I came back this time to learn the lesson that I didn't learn the last time I was here. Did I have to come back? No, I volunteered. I had a mission, and I was given it, and I tried for years to talk myself. Nope, don't want it. Don't want this. No, don't want to do this. Nope, nope, nope. And it's what I'm doing now. So I played denial for a long time. I played denial so much I should have been in Egypt. You know what I mean? So ha ha ha, joke. But many of us have created our own denial in that, well, maybe I'm not really spiritual ready for this, or maybe I'm. So if you know certain facts and you stick to the basic rule, law of one, to do no harm to anything, you know, and that's your basic premise, and you give honor to the universe, to other people, uh, you know, respect and honor and love and compassion. Those aren't laws, those are the things that you do to make sure that you keep the law of one, and that's how it's not that you embellish upon it, but you can just sit in a chair and watch people go by and never hurt anyone. But then but if you interact with other people and to help them however you can and still maintain the law of one, so then you've given yourself and your talents to other people, as the parable in the Bible, if you will, in uh, 5 talents, 3 talents, and one, right, to the servants. The one with 5 came back with 10. The one with 3 came back with 6. The one with 1 came back with 1. And the master said, why did you do that? And he said, well, I hid my talent because so that when you came, I could give it back to you. And it's like, wait. Now, way back when, I thought that talent meant money. And preachers and so forth had talked about it as wealth, as money. But then the realization to me came, no, God gave us each talents, our talents, music, art, whatever it is. He gave us talents. And if we don't use those talents and develop more, then that is not necessarily a sin, but we have wasted the opportunity spiritually to learn something else. Now, someone would say, well, then that's bad karma. Only if we make it bad. we can look at it and go, damn it, I missed a really good opportunity there. But if you allow it to build up, then it could become bad karma. Well, I really should have done it, and I wish I had it. Then, in a way, you turn it into bad karma. But simply by, you know, missing out on an opportunity or something in a lifetime that you would throw you into regret, or say that, well, that's bad karma that I ended up with. We can overcreate the karma thing. And I think that if we do it right and our vibrations are correct, then I'm hopefully not taking any karma with me, because I came back on purpose, willingly, to fix the problem I created last time. Not because of the karma that I had created, which there is a part of that, but it was more, get this, to learn from the mistakes I made the last time, not to repay the karma, which, like I said, there's a little of that, but it's to learn from my mistakes and to say, wait a minute, because I was an Indian hunter and I had a squaw for a wife, and I mistreated, and it was not a nice person. So in this lifetime is to learn what I missed the last time, and to adhere by the law of one. But back in the 1800s, during the Creek Uprising and stuff like that, was apparently when I was here in that early 1800 period. That's how people treated each other. They were brutal to different people back then. And when folks said, run the Indians off, but anyway, so but in that, I had to come back this time. I say I had to. For my own soul, I had to come back and learn the lessons and get the understanding and the knowledge of the ancients that was there the last time I was here, but I didn't get it. So now there are folks that talk about a prison planet and things. I think the prison planet thing is of our own design. Now, there's a lot of evidence that there have been some things that some alien races did to this planet to keep a bunch of us here and to recycle souls and things like that. I can understand about it, but at the same time, um, I don't know if that's just so much hogwash because we've been fed so many other things about, well, this is a prison planet. I do believe that it was a prison planet at one time, but not necessarily that our souls would never be able to leave. That I could very well be wrong. And I'm kind of hesitant on that idea. And the reason I say that is because there have been signs in the skies of ETs coming and going for a million years, on this planet. And if it was a truly prison planet, then how come these people are coming and going and all these things are going on and things, and people are being reincarnated? I think it's because we have chosen to be here, and that we are like in the song Hotel California, we are prisoners of our own design. So I had a choice when I died last time, to just forget about it. But in my own soul, I was like, I just came out of this life and I was a real dickhead, wasn't I? Yeah, you were, Dave. You want another shot at it? Yes. Okay. So over whatever time or whatever, maybe I was reincarnated between that time and this time. I'm not quite sure. There's something about World War One that in that era that I sometimes have thoughts about. And I feel like I was reincarnated during the Civil War for sure. There was something. I've been on the battlefield up at Andersonville prison, and well, it wasn't a battlefield; it was a prison. But I sat there and was like, I've been here before. And so there are things that I think that I was in the early 1800s. Then later on, I came back during the Civil War, and this time I'm back during this period. So can I, put any money on it? No, but there are things that I know about down here in South Georgia and what other people have told me, having not known about here, this place where I'm on here. Some of the things that I did in the early 18s happened on this property, and in this very direct area. So, and I came back here, and how I found the property and all was really strange and involved, but it led me to this spot where I was before in a previous place. So, sort of like a Dalai Lama in that respect. But there were entities and spirits who were waiting on my ass when I got back here to teach me a lesson or two. And some of these spirits got stuck here because of me. So I had to come back and repair that damage and allow those spirits to move on because of my past deeds. I had to show them, listen, I've learned the lesson, and I want to show you that, you know, um, I'm working on forgiving myself for my past deeds, but I want to show you that I've learned my lesson, and that if you will forgive me through my current lessons and in my actions and my love and my good deeds, that you will be able to forgive me and move on from this place. That's why I'm here. Not to say you should forgive me, but I will prove to you that I have learned my lesson, and I have learned honor and respect, and that if you can get rid of, to the spirits here, you can now release your anger because of my proof that I understand, what I did wrong. So now, is that working out karma? There's a lot of ways you could interpret that, but I see it as my mission is to share these things. My mission is to help other people. My mission is to also clear up some crap that I created and kept some people from moving into the next realm because I was such a dickhead. So, is all that karma? Is all that to clear my conscience? No, it was to save other souls that I condemned here because their anger and so forth kept them here, that they couldn't move on. So that's a responsibility, you know. And if you get the opportunity to be able to fix something like that, then fix it, right? So, but not everybody has that. And it took quite a few years and a lot of psychics and people and meditation and stuff to understand that. And literally visions of the people here that I disrupted their lives, and that I had to feel the pain and sorrow in this life to really say, man, what a nasty piece of work I was. How could I have ever been that? And so, but when I make the transition this time, I will have carried that lesson through this life to say, I am not that entity again. Now, if I was to be reincarnated into another being or something, and how I was raised, my hope is that I would remember these things the next time, the next go around, and that I won't be some mean SOB or a murderer or some kind of, malcontent or whatever. Um, I'm hoping that I have learned that, and I'll come back on this planet if that's what's necessary. But I think that we all would have the opportunity because of the free will in the universe. And that if we have shown ourselves that we can be good citizens of the universe, that we're allowed to go. And we get into the spirit realm and we sit around and we're having discussions with the elders, and they go, you know what? So Dave, Hawkeye, this has been your life. What do you think? And it's not necessarily a St. Peter moment where you can get in or out of heaven, but it's that, look, we've got this opportunity coming up for you. You can make it right with yourself because we don't care. You know, what is it to another angel if I want to get my spirit clean or not? It doesn't matter to them. What matters is to me, to my essence, to my spirit. You screwed up. Yeah, okay. And everybody agrees, me, myself, and I included. Holy crap. So you don't have to go back, but we've got this opportunity coming up. And there's going to be this great awakening on the earth, and you can be a part of it. And you can go back and try to fix and release some of the negative energy folks that got stuck here because of some of your actions. Now, you want that opportunity? Now, as a soul, I would look at it and go, well, hell yeah. If I'm going to follow the law of one and I created some, you know, I didn't follow it, but I can go back and not necessarily fix it, but help to create a better forward, from the past. Is that working out your karma? I would say it depends on the situation. I say it's an opportunity to just say, son of a bitch, I missed that opportunity back then. It just went right over my head. Damn near missed me this time around, right? So it's up to me though. Is it the karma though? Do I have to work out my karma? You know what I mean? Or do I wish to voluntarily come back and ex- try a new experience? It's, the 1800s, it ain't like it is now. So experience a different era with the sole mission of helping others to see my mistakes and change their lives accordingly to help them get through their life so they don't make dumb mistakes. So we can all make this wonderful transition because we all got to agree there's something going on, right? Now, do I know what it is? No, but there are changes and it's happening and it's affecting every one of us. So the more we can control it, understand it, at least understand that there is stuff that we don't quite understand, but we're all going through it. So there's comfort there. Well, I don't know what's going to happen to me. I don't know what. Calm down. We're all a little freaked out about this, but we're in this together, right? So that means if you start to freak out, calm me. I'll calm you down. So yes, there are changes. And yes, we need to keep our wits about us. Yes, we need to stay connected with the spirit. Remember that we are always connected. We are never disconnected unless we disconnect. The phone's always there unless we hang it up, you know? So that's the denial part of it. And I think a lot of people are playing in Egypt right now because they're in denial. They keep searching, keep looking, keep thinking, I'm not good enough. Really? Well, I haven't achieved enough. Really? Have you just stopped to take stock at what you got? It is so simple when you get there and when you understand it. I look back on my life and go, I overcomplicated this shit so bad. I missed the boat, So, but anyway, so now again, here's the thing though. I understand that I don't know it all. I understand that there are still things that I will experience and I welcome them. But I'm comfortable with what I know. That's the point. Without trying to be egotistical, I am who I am. I'm gonna, keep, tipping my hat to the ladies if they're ladies. Who knows these days? But um, so regardless of how bad it gets, we keep the respect to the universe and to ourselves. So, my friends, Red buffalo wants to thin the herd, so maybe save one. A bull Make beefalo. Yeah, that's actually really good beefalo. Yeah, I'm very grateful for every one of you. Thank you. Um, there are times when I feel not necessarily you, but out there, the you of out there, not just you in the chat. But there are folks that are looking at this spirituality, and there's so much confusion so far behind. Hey, stop. Hey, children. Anyway, I'm going back to that song. But they simply don't have enough confidence because they're told that they're sinners, that if you don't, if you're not a Bible thumper, then Jesus, if you don't believe in the rapture, if you don't, and it's like so many people are being pressured by society that they absolutely miss that they already have that essence. We're all born with it. Now, got to say that there are some essences that are nasty. Not all children born on this planet are born of like angelic essences. Okay, there are a lot of hybrids on this planet, and not all of them are good. Yeah, they may be star seeds, but I don't want to know them. They're on the wrong side of this. So we have to understand, and we each one of us has met a no matter how good you are to these people, they will always find something wrong. They will always criticize. No matter how much you help them, that you didn't help them enough. And it's almost 4:20, everybody. So I hung around this long just for Michelle. Jody, are you out of here? We love you. Thank you for hanging out with us. And keep up the good work. Everybody, keep up the good work. I haven't played Hotel California in a while. Just did. Felt good. We are programmed to receive. You can, but you can never leave. Um, so It's been a while since I've heard the song, but as playing it though, hand scratching raccoons. Yes, hand washing. Yeah, but the sensitivity of the raccoon thing, and they are very dexterous if you've ever watched them in the wild, kind of thing. But down on the river, you can watch because they look just like hands. Just like ours. And they're not paws, they're hands. But you can see their little handprints in the sand or in the mud. And you can tell you can watch their activity by where they go. And the interesting thing is, unfortunately, because of the loss, we had so many years of drought of our population of crawdads are there used to be mussels, in the river, and you could walk in the sand and feel them, and so you could gather up some freshwater clams, mussels, whatever, and they just don't exist anymore down here where they used to be very common. So because those types of things are gone, so have the raccoons. So the raccoons have moved into people's backyards and looking for scraps and things. And there are times when I go out here and the dog goes crazy, and it's the raccoon or the possum coming up to eat the dog food, what may be left in the pan. How do I know this? Because the pan's turned upside down. And, raccoons and possums will get their nose and tip it over, try to step in it where the cats and the dog don't do that. So I can tell by things in the yard. We got another minute, 2 minutes. So some more words of wisdom about this in understanding and realizing your own spirituality is You have to be brutally honest, but it doesn't mean you have to beat yourself with a stick. You just have to be honest, you know? And people say, well, yeah, and they go into a loop. This is still part of this. They go into this loop about how they can't do it or how they blah, blah, blah. And if they will just stop and listen to themselves, they'll realize, holy crap, I'm putting myself into some kind of loopy thing. And there's probably a little bit of denial in there, Put your water wings on, folks, because you're in denial, for those of you who can't swim spiritually. And I mean that with honor and respect. And that folks are just sort of waiting in denial. And some of them are up to here in denial. Some folks, I swear they're wearing scuba gear. So, it's like, hey, a person in spiritual denial is like looking up with goggles on and their scuba tank, spiritual denial. I'm sorry. I got this really funny cartoon in my head, not that I could draw, but it's really pretty to me. Yeah, 420. Let's smoke if you got them. Actually, it's 320 here, but I'm laughing more than well, it's a combination. But in the spirituality of things, the brutally honest means that you have to just check yourself. You don't have to be critical and go, you're not being honest with yourself. Now I did that because I knew I had a mission. I've been all the signs, and I was just like, oh fuck no, no, sorry, no, it ain't my mission. Oh. And so it's like, well, but for my own good, it was like, now listen here. You swore, you signed up for it, and it's not that you can still argue with us, but you think you had a poltergeist before, we're gonna we're gonna be tripping you up everywhere you go. Everything you do is gonna be a hassle. And I'm like, no, you didn't. And yeah, oh yeah, they did. Because like I said 2 hours ago, that's just funny too. But he it's a different weed in the bowl tonight. But anyway, he. It's sativa, by the way. That he. I'm laughing. Um, but the idea though that if you look at yourself in the mirror in the eye, and I don't mean no tricking stuff, and just stick with one particular thing, you say, well, for example, do I truly understand? I'm to the top of my head. Do I truly understand what it means about um, the law of one, for example, which is a complicated issue? But you can say, just, you know, and you can go, well, yes, I truly understand it, but I'm going to go out and, um, you know, I'm going to dig a trench across the yard, and I'm just going to throw, and I'm going to go throw bottles out of the window, and my garbage, I'm not going to recycle. I'm not going to, but then you really don't get it, then do you? Well, they haul my trash off, and no. But do you understand that maybe you should really change your life? Like, don't use plastic bottles, stop using certain things, that you can actually make a difference. You can walk the talk, you can walk the walk. Or are you just going, well, no, but then the honestly, you go, I really don't understand it fully, but I don't want to kill anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody. But then you have to ask yourself, well, did you lose your temper the other day? Now look, we can all slip and slide off the proverbial truck, right? I fell off the wagon. Well, okay, sometimes we jump. But that doesn't have to do with alcohol or drugs. It could be our anger. It can be that we lost our patience, which can lead to anger. But we're all human beings, and I'm not saying that we can't have those mild episodes, but we have to be honest with ourselves and look ourselves in the mirror and say, well, how have I been doing lately? And that's where the brutally honest. This is not that you're being critical. Did you lose your temper? Well, yeah, and it's all because it doesn't matter what the cause. Did you lose your temper? Yes. Okay, that's all. That's honesty. So, but being overcritical with that is that, and you shouldn't have said this or they should. Okay, now you can analyze the situation, but the basics are, did you lose your temper? Yeah. Well, you don't beat yourself up about it. And you look at yourself and you go, do you wish to change it? Yeah, I really hate doing that. Okay. So you're going to do better next time? Yes. And mean it. So, and you say, help me if I begin to lose my temper to my guardian angel, if spirit guide offends you, higher self, if you will. I like the spirit guide because that's exactly what, they gave up on my ass for several years. But um, by staying connected and accepting their guidance, and that's all it is. I don't have to do what they tell me, although it's a lot easier if I do. I don't catch as much hell. But anyway, uh, inside joke. But that you need to have this rapport if that's what it is, and but the honesty is simply, well, okay, yeah, I did lose my temper, but move on. Just acknowledge, yes, I did. Okay, we're going to do better. Yes, that's all. You can sit and moan and agonize over it and create a loop. Okay, this is all related. And create a loop. Oh, I got angry. I shouldn't have got angry. And every time I get angry, it's all about the eh. Stop that. So the honesty is, yeah, I lost my temper. Yeah, and it was about this. Okay. Yes, I want to do better. Okay. And yes, I want help, and stop me if I start going into that loop again, being angry. Start there. That's it. That's the basics. Now, beating yourself up and all that kind of stuff is creating loops of spiritual, physical, mental anguish. Oh my God, I've been there so many times. Creating, well, what are they going to think when I get there? Well, what if something, something? And then you create this what if situation before it ever happens. And then you get there and it ain't nothing like what you gave yourself an ulcer over. So you have to be confident. I'm just going to be the best person I can be. I'm going to follow the law of one. And, that what does the law of one mean to you? Well, the law of one means to me that to do no harm. Okay. Well, that means to be respectful. If I am honorable to other people, even if I don't like them, then they can't say anything bad about me. Well, he was dishonorable to me. Was he? Well, no, um, he can be an asshole, but you still treat him with respect, even though they're an asshole. He was a really good asshole, by the way, but, thinking back about General Patton in the conversation. But anyway, so the person could be a really perfectly good asshole, but, you're still respectful. You um, I'm sure the General Patton knew that he was an asshole, But anyway, but being able to make simple admittances about our character, which relates to our spirituality. So, do we have to be like anyone? No, because we have to be us. So, we listen to that internal voice. Somebody over there is pissing me off with their subject, and I would just want to throw my hand up and call him a motherfucker. And you go, but wait a minute. And then you listen to that spirit guide who says, calm down. You can say something, but let's tone it down. Let's be honorable, respectful, and polite instead of you bitch, you mother. You know, we say, Excuse me, but your position on this thing, it upsets me, and there are a lot of people who would disagree with you on that point. Pick one, right? People at a party talking about niggy stuff, right? So, but how we react and how we look at things. So we grade ourselves because who else is going to grade us? St. Peter don't give a shit, He's like, next, you know. Because if we fail our own goals, do you want to be a good person? Yeah. Do you want to follow 10 commandments, or do you want to follow just one really good one that includes everything? I'll go with the one. But every time you turn around, you go, wait a minute. But isn't that, well, gluttony's not in the 10 commandments. But is gluttony a good thing in the general? No. Well, what about, okay. So four of the commandments are all about God and going to church on Sunday and so forth. And what the hell's that got to do with spiritualism? It has to do with mind control and the church, you know, has got nothing to do with God or, Savior, whatever. Forget about it. It's somebody's rule that's a man, and if that's the God that's supposed to be, he ain't my God. Sorry, but the great creator of all things that sees us each as his children and as equals. We're all equal in the eyes of the creator. That's my guy, or gal or entity. So the idea that, well, what you're going to do is a sin. We were having this conversation the other day, and I was like, okay, but I might have brought it up. But they were talking, oh, no, 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 no. They brought it up that there was this granny lady who's apparently my age, but one of their relatives up there in Tifton, that they told someone what they wanted for their birthday. I'm a 68, 70-year-old woman. And what she wanted for her birthday was, no offense, but was a dildo. And they were all laughing about it. And I went, wait a minute. What? So grandma asked the grandkids because she didn't know how to do it or didn't want to do it herself, but she wanted and so the granddaughters went out and bought grandma what she wanted. Apparently of different colors, flavors, sizes, or whatever. And that's where the humor came in. And I was sitting here and I looked at them and I said, they bought Granny a vibrator? And they were like, but that's what she wanted for her birthday. And so, but these people, well, two of the three were all my age, and the other has got a 13-year-old daughter. And it's like, so it's like, yeah. And I was like, for myself, I never expected to be alone, without having had any kind of companionship, or, it's not about that I want to go to a bar and meet somebody, but I never thought that I'd be alone and have and be sexless for the rest of my life. And that, so here's Granny, and husband's been dead for years, but she's still got it, you know. And I was like, so what's wrong with that? So because you're 70 years old and have a sexual urge, is that my point is that a sin? You know, it's a natural behavior, it's a natural thing. And so, and as we were talking, I was like, I remember after my pops died, we went through his stuff and we found some VHS of, some porn. And I was like, Dad was, in his 70s, but it doesn't necessarily mean, he didn't have the internet back then. But to the point, though, it's like it's normal behavior for people to have these urges. But when they're taken away or your wife dies or whatever, And does it mean, though, that if you seek something else that is a natural feeling, or, that it does somehow, somewhere in there, this become a sin, you know? So asking the granddaughters to get, vibrators for Granny, and the fact that Granny may be watching porn, and the fact that, but so there are those who would say, but that's a sin. Oh my God, that's so sinful. And as we were sitting there, and was like, so my husband and wife said, hey, we're old, but we did it last night. There's nothing to be ashamed of. And I was like, I'm. It's good that you have had a 30-year marriage or 40-year marriage, whatever, long time. And I've just strived to have a decent relationship. I've wanted to have a long-term relationship, but obviously that it hasn't happened and doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's okay. I've resigned to that. But my point about that is that if you're if you're looking at a dirty magazine, if you're having thoughts, maybe you're just remembering your husband or wife or spouse or whatever, it has, because you don't have a spouse and you're by yourself, has this now become a sin, is my point to this. So in the spiritual realm of things, wait, well, you're pleasing yourself. Yeah, but are you harming anybody? Well, no. You might harm the environment depending on how many batteries you might use, or, but are you, like, I've known people who were addicted to porn and literally a day, hours, 4 or 5 hours a day, every single day, recluse, just, so yeah, okay, but they're losing out on life. But have they actually sinned against something? Have they hurt anyone? And I don't talk about child porn. I'm just talking about, everyday kind of stuff, right? There's so much of it out there. It's so easy. It's like, you rented a movie for $20 when you could go online and, never mind. But the discretion of watching it through, like, okay. Um, and this was a 65-year-old married couple, all right? They want to watch it. So okay, so but is that a sin? So depending on who you are or what religion you may be, it's a sin. Why? Well, because it's smut. Is it? Well, it's dirty. Why? Because it's porn. But why? Who deems it as being a sin? Now, if if there's so many amateurs out there now who are voluntarily like showing their junk and stuff, and hey, look at this. I'm like, listen here now. I never would have thought in my lifetime, right? You snuck around and you got a Playboy, and that was what you did. But now it's like everywhere you go, there's a this and a that, and there are erectile dysfunctions, and there are all this stuff, right? But it's smut. Now, who says it's smut? And what's the definition? We could go into this, but in looking at these old people, I'm one of them, and that did we cross a line somewhere, somehow, that it has become a sin? Okay. Now, the churches and religions will tell you that it's a sin. Okay. So, masturbation of any kind, off the books, it's a sin. But is it? So spiritually, if you're, have a need and you ain't hurting nobody and you're doing, okay. So, but is that a sin? That does it break the law of one, is my point. And it doesn't. So there are people, though, that are going to condemn you to hell. Now, I ain't talking about, kiddie porn. I'm talking about just straight, or maybe it's homosexual kind of, whatever it is. But I mean, if it doesn't cross the line with young kids or something like that, nobody died in the making of this movie. Um, and the thing is there porn has been going on for thousands of years, so it's not like it's a new thing. You know, the French back in the day, they had drawings and cartoons, and there was the the book of love, but I can't think of the name of it at the moment. So not to bring this up as far as the porn thing, but it's whether or not it's a sin. Now, again, I ain't talking about raping or anything. Nope. Just the simple pleasure part. So somehow pleasure has become a sin, but it doesn't break the law of one. Now, maybe in our thoughts, now, if I was thinking of someone that I shouldn't and getting my jollies, now that could be a sin. But somebody's voluntarily like, for $1.99 a minute, you can watch me do whatever, or the freebies or whatever. So they're volunteering their services. Is there's nothing involved, that there's nobody hurting from, you know what I mean? So there are those who are going to be condemned for things they shouldn't be condemned for. So those folks who are going to the pearly gates are going to be surprised because, well, like the old joke says, um, you mean I could have and it wasn't a sin? Well, the wife dies and the husband says, well, I'll never do it again. And St. Peter says, well, you're an idiot because she was dead, but anyway, or to the wife, it goes either way. So you could have finished out your life as a human being following natural urges and never break the law of one. But from a religious perspective, you're all condemned, you're all going to hell, you're all going to purgatory. And as much as I say, well, um, if that's what gets you off and nobody's hurt in the process, then it doesn't break a law. It's a sin against the church because they don't want you to do that, right? But is it? Now, for people who might be embarrassed or whatever, but here's a 70-year-old woman asking her grandkids to buy her, sex toys. Oh my God. But I get it. Not that that's what I want for Christmas, but all I want for Christmas is you know, there was a joke that was going around several years ago, and this little old lady walks into this sex shop, and there's a young man behind the counter, and she walks in and she's shaking like this, and is the young kid looks up from the counter, 80-year-old woman, she's doing this thing, and so the young man looks at her and goes, what's she doing in here, and oh my God, she can barely walk. And so the old lady finally gets to the counter, and can I help you, man? And she goes, yes. How do you turn it off? You know. So anyway, um, what we consider a sin in society, or what religion or what dogma is put to us, we should put to the test simply. Now, there are people who will convince themselves, like, oh, looking at little kids, that's okay. No, it ain't. Yeah, but that's what I get I'm sorry, but no, that's against the rules there. That's crossing that line. Well, yeah, but that's how I get my job. And we're gonna call a no on that one, you know. Um, And there are some women who like little boys. So, I mean, it goes both ways here now. And female to male and male to male and female to female. I mean, there are people that I have met over the years who are, you would never know, but they were some strange weirdos when it come to that sort of thing. And those things, sorry guys, no, no, no. You want to have general normal kind of stuff? Okay. Hmm. Now, for example, is it right or wrong? Is it a sin? Is it a, you know, there are some folks that I knew, I don't know if they're still alive, but went to a videotape of a wedding for this couple that was a pagan wedding and had never been, quote, to a pagan wedding, but it was all certified. He was a certified, minister, if you will. But it was just with candles. It was actually quite a pleasant setting, and it was outside. There was no nudity, or anything like that. But while we're inside these folks' house, up against the wall, and looked like there was this cross, right, of boards, and hanging from them were cuffs and shackles. So we're sitting there and having dinner and stuff, and after the wedding and so forth, and drinks and whatever, and they're talking about that the wife says to the husband, I haven't had a good whooping in a while, that she's really in need of a good thrashing. And so I'm looking at the wall and I'm watching them and I'm looking at the wall and I'm watching them. And then it dawns on me. They're they're into, bondage and, I mean, there was whips and chains and things hanging on the wall in plain view in their living room. And after we left, my friend who was, and I said, did you not pay attention to what was up against the wall over there? Well, no, I thought it was a little strange. What, it was it over the fireplace kind of thing. And I was like, it was a whipping post, the shackles. And oh my God, so, but if they do it to each other and they're both, so there's pain involved, but they like it. So they're hurting each other with permission. It's kinky. It's crazy. A lot of people are into it. Not me. Does it violate the rule of one? The one rule, and it doesn't. Now, I'm not saying everybody should go out and get shackled and do it and all that kind of stuff, but my point to what is sinful and what society says is sinful, and from a spiritual sense. So two people go at it doing these really weird things, but they both agree. So, but somebody else looks at it and says, sorry, y'all going to hell. Are we? Or are they? Are any of us? We have to stop and say, if it ain't hurting nobody and the two of you said, yeah. And now I don't mean like going against your wife or something like that. I mean, two single people, two married people, whatever it is. If it ain't hurting nobody, then is it a sin? In the spiritual realm of things, it might be kinky, but ain't it against the, because there is no um, pain or anything else involved. So, and I'm saying this because there are a lot of people who have done some kinky things that in the back of their mind that, and maybe for them, they shouldn't have done it. But if they're questioning, well, I really like bondage, or I really like dressing up in women's clothing, or I really like, are you breaking that law, that rule? Well, now, if you're dressing up and you got young children and you're going out and you're doing stuff now, but if you're single or you're whatever, and there's nobody else involved, then is it a sin? Does it break the rule? So, as much as we Many people say, oh, that's sinful. The porn, that thing. Ooh, they're all going to hell. Are they? And just saying, whether it's right or wrong for the person or people or whatever, but in the grand scheme of heaven, hell, right, wrong, spiritually speaking, well, me and the missus, when we were married, boy, we got out of cats and dogs. Let me tell you. So, but when you get to heaven, is it going to matter? Well, but and she liked me to slap her ass or something. But does that matter when we get to the other side? No, because who agreed? Verbal contract. So, but again, from the social standpoint of things, should we put it out in other people's faces? There are some commercials and stuff. I just go, really? Okay. And the sexual connotations, etc. But anyway, but it's been in society. You look back at some of the early movies that was made, even some of the silent movies back in the day. There was a lot of nudity and dancers and things, and even into they always put a belly dancer in or some nee 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 nee. You know what I'm saying? So even the Broadway shows and stuff, the girls would wear the girls that do the kicking stuff. Anyway, but to the point of that though, is it sinful? Is there anything in it that says that is sinful because you watched it, or maybe you're a dancer and you participated, like my granddaughter? She's a pole dancer, was a pole dancer, stripper pole dancer. So is what she do as a dancer violate that rule? And the answer I got to say is no. Now, some of the other things that got her into kind of violated that rule. But as far as the dancing in and of itself, even though she was stripping and doing the pole thing, what did it break the law? It broke moral codes, or but is she going to hell for being a dancer? And the answer is no. Ooh, but no, she's not going to hell. She may have to come back and learn another lesson. Like maybe I shouldn't have just, but is she going to hell? Is she going to be condemned forever because she was a stripper and a pole dancer? And I got to just say, as much as y'all would like to condemn her, no. There are people who've done business deals and cheated other people and family members, and like for me and some of my family, where they tried to get me out of the family entirely and have us adopted out, and all the cursing and everything and lies that went on in my family. But my granddaughter is a pole dancer and somehow she's going to hell. But all these other self-righteous assholes who are family members who hid this from us, who tried to separate us. Oh, but they're the self-righteous ones going to heaven, right? Seriously? When what they did actually harmed me, my sister, my relatives, where my granddaughter, who'd she harm? Nobody. She gave some men and women cheap thrills by stripping and pole dancing. Go back to my grandma, no. She did all these things to disrupt the family and etc. and get rid of me. And then turned around and was like, "Oh, well, you're our favorite grandson." Oh, you bullshit! Want to slap her from the grave. So, but who was the sinful one? The one that went to Catholic, that went to mass every day to confess her sins and to ask for forgiveness for her trying to split me off from the family and what she did to her own daughter and her own children, or condemn my granddaughter because she was a stripper. Who's going to hell first? Granny, not my grandma, no, not the other one. And and she was a nasty old bitch until she died. So, but anyway, I got off on a tangent. Brunette starred robots. They're really pushing that robot sex thing stuff. And I'm just like, man, I just, I'm sorry. Who's going to do the cleanup? But anyway, Bridget Bardot, um, but not necessarily as a sex bot. But I mean, if she could get around the house without, um, that, I just would not be into it for the sex part. Now, here's something that I have considered, and about the robot thing. Like, I'm by myself. I talk to the dog. I mean, I'll talk to a can of soda if I get the notion, or one of my puppets, or the animals, or something. But now, if a true kind of sort of like data robot for conversation, for helping me do certain menial tasks around the house as I'm getting older, and I can't stand up as long as used to, and bending over at certain things. So, uh, not to be my slave, but to be a helper, and to have a conversation, to not win at chess all the time, to at 50-50 play a game of chess, or some kind of word game or something, to where, Scrabble. Oh, you could do that online. Yeah, but we're just staring at a screen, and, okay. But to have someone, you hear me about that, it would have to be, it wouldn't be Alexa. You know what I'm saying? But at some point, if there was really a truly not, and it would be artificial intelligence, yes, but not in the sense, and I don't know how to explain it. If there was a human, get this, a human quality to it, not necessarily that the mouth would move and it would look human, it's that its voice would be human, certain actions would be human. Oh, but it's a machine. That's my point. So I would know that it's a machine, but it would have certain human type characteristics, like having a conversation without always being the master or winner, um, you know, doing simple chores. I could see the need for that. There is a need for that. And there was a movie or two about something like that, Frank and something anyway. But the idea, though, that if you could have that, um, it's a companionship, I would always know that it's a machine. I would always understand that it's there just to, have a chit chat with me, or to do those simple tasks. But as a human being with very little personal human contact, to have something else in the house that gets along with you, you know, there's something else. It's like having the TV on, when there's nobody there. Why the TV's on? Well, I like the noise. I like the I like to hear the people laughing. I like, I like what's going on there. So it would be sort of like that. Now, it doesn't mean that I would rush down and be the first one to get one, but I could see where, lonely people and stuff, and, in situations. And the older I get, not so much that, um, it would be like I could program my bot, to be like Jerry Lewis or something, you know, uh, or, give him a different accent and he could be Dean Martin. So it wouldn't be like this, you know. Yes, sir. What do you want? What do you wish, sir? No, let's put a little bit of spice in there. And I want you to talk like Mel Brooks today. I want you to, and if it's an AI, then they could probably play music out of one of their orifices, right? So it's like, I want you to play the William, the the War of 1812, the da 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 bump bump, and every time it goes bump bump, I want you to fart. So, you could ask your bot to do certain things that I think would just be highly irregular and very freaking entertaining. But at the same time, kind of like, so, it's like, come on, Jim, let's see if we can light our farts. Well, I haven't had any beans tonight, sir. All right. Well, here, let me charge your little butane butt there and bend over, robot. Let's light one of your farts, and out it comes. Just because you're bored. You know what I mean? And the fact you go, I wonder if, hey, robot, will your ass burn? you know, Sir, I don't know. What's the temperature rating? Well, why, sir? Well, I don't want to stick anything up it, but I was wondering if if we could light your farts. Sir, now put me on a TV show with a robot. Talk about comedy. Now, wouldn't that be a screen? Let's, Dave and his bot, Dave's bot. that, you know, the robot would come home every evening, with a dead rabbit and a shotgun over its arms because it's been down in the swamp hunting for me. Uh, well, Mister Hawkeye, the only thing we have today. What are you talking like that for? Well, I thought I'd try to sound like James Bond. Well, you don't, so stop it. You know, how about I sound like Marilyn Monroe? Your voice can't go that high, so stop it. But have the robot come in from out of the swamp, dragging a couple of possums. Shall I skin these for you, sir? Oh, please, Jeeves. Possum on a half shell, sir. Armadillo again tonight. Oh, damn! I was hoping for some real possum. Some granny possum. Anyway, granny hillbillies, the Clampets. There you go. But so, you know, my idea of a robot kind of thing, doesn't fit with other folks. But I see folks in Japan and China and stuff, and other people are like, the kind of cultured, but they seem to find that it's necessary to see facial expressions and to be, and it's like, I can do that looking in the mirror, but then it's the same face. But if it's a robot face, ain't it still a robot face? And are you so dependent upon that that you would go to something so artificial as to copy it? Now, I would rather have not so much watch the robot or its face or whatever, but it would be the interaction with the robot verbally, the conversation. Um, but anyway, so that would be my, now, but again, there are things like it'd be nice, hey, robot, go out and, bring me in a stack of wood. Yes, sir. And, walk, go, whatever, open the door, close the door, do it on its own, go over to the pile, pick up an armload and come back in for me. Hey, not a problem. Hey, robot, pick up, help me rake the yard, will you? I'm getting too old for this shit. Or, hey, robot, take out the garbage for me. So that kind of stuff, yeah, okay. Buddy Hackett is a robot voice. Absolutely. Rodney Dangerfield, maybe Carlin. Uh huh. Oh, Kama Sutra. Thank you. That was what I was trying to think of, that book. I'm going to keep typing it until he reads it. I saw the book. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Kama Sutra. The the Kamawata? Yeah. But anyway, not to embarrass anybody, but to the same point, not condoning or uncondoning, it's a personal thing, but in the law of one, if it hasn't broken that law, and I'm talking about, digging a hole in the ground and disturbing Mother Earth is more of a sin if it's done with ill intent than anybody stripping, or two people having consensual whatever, or old granny lady with a vibrator. And they all, part of the family was like, they did what for grandma? Oh, those granddaughters. And it was like, and granny raised her hand and said, I asked them to. This wasn't a joke. I asked them to. The rest of the family was like, no, it isn't my family, but I find it funny as hell where grandma's just going, screw y'all. You know, I know what I want. And just because I'm old don't mean I still don't have feelings. So, you wouldn't do it. So I asked my granddaughters to do it. So, hey, so I guess that's liberating today, but it brought up something that I've been snickering about for the last, about a week now. And but it sort of came up with a discussion as to what these sinful people were. And in reading one of the cards, it's like, in the book, in that if in the tribe, if a woman lost her husband, a sister or other, member would offer their husband as a partner in order to keep the woman alive. And that they, and it wasn't so much a sharing, but as an offering, as to, there are needs that we need, and that to the point of a sister sharing her husband, not in some kind of weird sexual way, but in the offering of that act. So very noble, but that it's not a sin. So, and that those natural things were given by creator, but society has turned it into this, you know. Now, I think there should be discretion and all this other kind of stuff. But the idea of just condemning somebody because they watch porn or having, whatever, or, grandma at 70, wanting a vibrator for her birthday. You go, Granny. That's all I gotta say. Go, Granny, go, Granny, go, Granny, go. She's a little old lady from Pasadena. Da 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 da. Bum. The Beach Boys, right? And go, Granny, go, Granny, go, Granny, go. She ain't in a car. But anyway, so I'm sorry. I'm just in this humorous mood at the moment. Um, I know I'm being a lot crazier than I normally am. Too many pages. Yeah. I looked at it and went, There's no way. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Let me turn this upside down. No, there's no way. Sorry. Love potion number 69, right? Didn't know. I took my I took my problem down to Madame Rue. You know that gypsy with that tall tattoo. She lives on the 34th and Vine. She sells little bottles of love potion number 9. Well, she bent down, turned around, and gave me a wink. She said, I'm going to make it up right here in the sink. It smelled like turpentine and looked like Indian ink. I held my nose, I closed my eyes. I took a drink, boom, 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 boom. I didn't know if it was day or night. I started kissing everything in sight. But when I kissed a cop down on 34th and Vine, he broke my little bottle of love potion number 9. I'm trying to get back into I'm trying to get my singing voice back, but uh, simply because I haven't used my singing voice, and not to be whatever, but I I've lost a lot of range because I haven't used my singing voice or my puppetry voice. And in trying to do some of the puppet voices that were so absolutely natural to me that I would like to share with y'all because you asked, and just because for posterity, if that's what it is. No, I want to see if I can make somebody laugh. That's what I want. It ain't about money or anything like that, or, hey, hit the like button. When's the last time I said that? But yes, I have said it, but it's been a long time. Um, it's about the sharing, and if I got y'all to giggle and you're bored and you're hanging out with me, it says there's 11 of you here, so you know, God bless y'all for hanging out and watching me be crazy. Um, you know, at, at least at least you never know what's going to come out of my mouth. you know, and a lot of people tried to say years ago that I was trying to copy Carlin and that I was trying to copy Robin Williams. And I was like, no, this is who I am, actually. I've been doing little comedy stints. When I was in school, I was always dropping some kind of something in class, and I was always getting in trouble for it. And so this is normal for me. And yes, there are a lot of things I was like, Robin Williams, he stole that from me. And no, it's just that we were both that crazy. We both had that sort of mindset. And as I've gotten older, I feel more like Carlin, in that how I look at things and, um, but I'm not trying to imitate or be them. There are times when I will think about a certain character, maybe, but oh, you're just trying to be like Carlin. No, I'm not. This is me. It just so happens me and Carlin have a lot in fucking common. You know what I'm saying? The topics are similar, and um, but anyway, but no, am I trying to imitate them? Nah. Am I trying to be them? No. There are times when I will think to myself, yeah, this is probably something Carlin would talk about, but that's as far as it goes. But I think myself as just having been an entertainer for so many years, that and not being an entertainer um, for the public, I guess, out on stage and traveling around and doing what I used to do. Um, that this does give me an outage, if you will, of who I actually am, because by not playing music or doing puppets or telling stories and getting people to laugh and stuff, that's a part of me that is kind of sort of died. And you know it ain't like sex. I don't have to have a partner to do it to make people laugh. But so as I got older, I thought I would at least have puppets and storytelling and laughter and so forth, even if I didn't have a sex partner. Well, I could always buy a blow up doll. Look, I've seen some of those blow up dolls, and I ask the question over and over again: Who does the cleanup? Cleanup, aisle four. I'm just saying. No, I don't want one. Ain't gonna buy one. Nope, not me. So I filled it up again because it's almost 4:20. I was going to leave an hour ago. We harmonize well. I bet you we do. Hey, wonder if my kids will get me a hooker. Ask the grandkids. They might do it. They hit the like button. 11 here at 411 late night soul tribers. Yep, David. Yeah, and I was literally going to get off, but I done got stoned and but there was something about the spirit has been after me ever since grandma wanted a vibrator for her birthday. I was like, the spirits have been like, you need to have this conversation, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. you know I don't know, but there are a lot of old folks out there that are like stranded and you know enjoyed having a shag with grandma or grandpa, depending on what side of that you were, and that just because that person died or you're separated, divorced, or whatever the situation is, it does stop us from being human in that the contact, the closeness, the whatever, not just the sex act, but I was never a person for a hooker. Nope, sorry. Um, and I was very rarely, if ever, the sex on the first date guy, because as a Libra, as a person, I actually wanted to have something between us, not just the sex act. So it was not necessarily love. I called it love, but it is, but it's that, there's more than just, hey, let's get it on here. No, let's have dinner, let's share. You know, I personally in that respect, and I've always attributed it to being a Libra and possibly dragon as well. That the romantic, so there's a lot to be said about the build up, um the warm up, you know the pre-sex, you know uh the foreplay. There you go, I finally figured it out. But that, so it isn't about just the act, it's about two people, it's about the experience. I've been a whole lot more about that. So some people say, well, you went out with that woman. Yeah. Did you have sex with her? No. Well, then, but why you got a smile on your face? Well, because we had 3 or 4 hours of music, conversation. We went to dinner, and that's a whole lot more than just, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And no, because the experience of being with her, sharing, laughing, giggling, and whatever, that means is just as much to me as, quote, the act. So that's always been my thing. Um, Now, was when I was married to my second wife, we were such hot dogs at times. It's like, hey, let's get a quickie over here. I mean, it was just like, hey, you want to? Yeah, okay. We were there. it it was horrible, but fun. Got caught on the trail up in the Smoky Mountains one time. Did not think anybody was around. Just saying. But but again, did we hurt anything or kill anybody? Or we might have scared the wildlife away. But when you're 28 years old or something like that, and you're and you're really frisky, and you and the wife are, and it was all consensual. But I think back on that, and probably scared the shit out of the wildlife. But then again, if you haven't done something I mean, when you're out in the middle of the freaking forest, you don't expect hikers to come up on you. That's just all there is to it. But anyway, if you haven't done something a little risky in your life, then you just haven't lived. Boy, I'm in a mood today, ain't I? Poor animals. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't, if you don't embrace, if you don't embrace the crazy part of you, then how do you expect someone else to? Yep. Show people who you are, and you'll resonate with some of them. Yep. And one of the things that I had to realize a few years back, and I'm still hanging out with you guys, after 4 hours. It's your damn fault, Michelle. Just because I'm stoned and time is just kind of condensed. It doesn't seem like 4 hours, but so I go off into these little. It feels like a time zone thing for me, and so I've got thoughts. I'm hearing things. Interacting. Because I got high. Does any of you, Michelle, you know so much about this stuff? There was a poem song called Stoned and I Missed It, Stoned and I Missed It, Stoned and it rolled right by. I was stoned and I missed it, stoned and I missed it, stoned. Oh me, oh my. Now, I can't find the song or whatever, but it went sort of like that. And it was way back in the early 70s ish kind of. It wasn't on the radio, I don't think, but yeah, it is right 4:20. So it's been 4 hours. 4:20 somewhere, actually it is right now for me. So yeah, I'm in some sort of mood. Well, thinking back to sex on the trail. The deer and the antelope didn't want to play. They saw us having sex and they all ran away. The the bear and the babies ran for the trees because me and my missus had our pants to our knees. I just made that up. Now, if any of you remember John Prine, if you've ever listened to John Prine, heard of John Prine, well, there's a song that I've been singing for a long time. It's been out for a while, but Dear Abby. Dear Abby, you won't believe this, but my stomach makes noises every time that I kiss. Well, my girlfriend, she tells me it's all in my head, but my stomach, it tells me to write you instead. Sign, noisemaker. Well, noisemaker, you have no complaints. You are what you are, and you ain't what you ain't. So listen up, Buster, and listen up good. Stop wishing for bad luck and knock on wood. Well, dear Abby, well, I never thought that me and my girlfriend would ever get caught. We was sitting in the back seat just shooting the breeze with her hair up in curlers and her pants to her knees. Signed, just married. Well, just married. You have no complaints. You are what you are and you ain't what you ain't. So listen up, Buster, and listen up good. Stop wishing for bad luck and knock on wood. Dear Abby, my fountain pen leaks. My wife hollers at me, and my kids are all freaks. Every side I get up on is the wrong side of bed. If it weren't so expensive, I'd wished I were dead. Signed, unhappy. Well, unhappy, you have no complaints. You are what you are, and you ain't what you ain't. So listen up, Buster, and listen up good. Stop wishing for bad luck and knock on wood. Signed, Dear Abby. Now, that's John Prine. But to the point, though, it's like, you know, to me, the lyrics are funny, but the message in that stop wishing for bad luck and knock on wood for all that you have, so no matter how bad it is, just, but anyway, so, yeah, but it's a funny one too, without being nasty, tongue in cheek for sure, but, you know, and I heard John Prine. I'm not sure if he's still alive, but he got throat cancer or something and couldn't sing for a while. And it was like, wow, that's a bit, if you've never heard of John Prine, look up some of his music. And it's, good, wholesome, down home, middle of the road. Some of it a little electrified and some of it sort of cry-fied and folk singing. And, but anyway, um, yeah, he reminds me of Arlo Guthrie in some of the styles, similar, but And I've seen Arlo in concert several times in Tallahassee, and he was great, great fun each time. But the second time he was through, he was like, he came out on stage and he was sitting just on a stool with his guitar, and he said, "I want to hi everybody, everything." He said, "I'm just going to tell you, if anyone here asked me to play Alice's Restaurant, I'm just going to quit playing." And he goes, "I mean it." He said, "If you want to hear Alice's Restaurant," now I'd seen him two or three times. This is like the third time. And he was like, "I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not, if you want to hear Alice's Restaurant, go buy the album, the CD, or the tape." And he was like, "Now," and he started playing. And everybody's like, "What?" But after all these years, he was very polite, but said, "I'll quit playing." No Alice's Restaurant. Go buy the album. So, but the rest, because they, so much of his time was spent in trying to play Alice's Restaurant, and a few years early, he'd play a little bit of it, and he could say, "Okay, enough of that," and then he'd start playing other music. And but so I can understand that because you do the same thing over again. It'd be like asking Willie Nelson to every time you saw him to say, "Okay, Willie, play Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain," or anyway, because a lot of folks around here is like Willie Nelson, Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, and I'm sure Willie don't want to play that song every time. You know what I mean? So you want to play something different. Like Whiskey River don't run dry. You're all I got to take care of me. Whiskey River don't run dry. You're all I got to take care of me. I'm drowning in a whiskey river. But anyway, so 420, everybody. Um, I got stoned and I missed it. Shel Silverstein. Yeah, okay. I thought that's, I was thinking Dr. Hook and Shel was wrote stuff for Dr. Hook. and I think was in Doctor Hook. I'm a little weird about that one, but Shel Silverstein wrote a lot of crazy music, and the Stoned and I Missed It, and I was like, just me having these crazy stoned moments of like, remember that song? Yeah, how's it go? Blah 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 blah. And so whenever I get my fingers back on the guitar, I got to get it. I lost all my calluses. There are a bunch of songs have been running through my head that I used to know by heart, and Doctor Hook's songs. Willie Nelson, Jim Croce, uh, Gordon Lightfoot, Jethro Tull, of course, Ian Anderson, some of that stuff. Uh, where other people were playing, I don't know, Black Sabbath and all that. Um, I couldn't get into that. It's on YouTube. Got stoned and I missed it. Oh, cool. All right. I'll look that up. It was crossed my mind the other day. Y'all hold that thought. It's big boy time after 4 hours and 10 minutes. I gotta find I missed it. I got stoned. In having remembrances of songs and instances and circumstances, I remember one time back about 71, living away from home in a trailer in it wasn't even North Tampa. It was out off Skipper Road there. Anyway, it's all built up there. And back in the days, it was old trailer. It was an old trailer park with old 40s and 50s, um, um, the round style kind of mobile homes and things. And it wasn't a poorly kept park. It was just not kept up a lot. So a lot of people moved in and out. Some people have been there for years. But anyway, we're living in that area, and some guys that I'm rooming with, and it was a duplex trailer, so it was a one bedroom. Yeah, a one bedroom on either end of this trailer. So they was like, man, we got some green barrels. And I was like, some what? Some green barrels. And what is it? It's some acid. Oh, really? Yeah, some acid, some really good acid. You want to do some acid? Yeah, okay. Well, had done it a time or two before, but this was early on in my career. And so dropped this hit of acid. And back then we had 4-track players, okay, where you had to physically get up and it would play one track and then you had to push the button and to play the second track. It was what an 8-track player was, but it wasn't automatic. So we got stoned, and then we took the acid, and before we knew it, we were listening to The lime in the coconut, put them both together. The lime in the coconut, and you feel better. And the lime in the coconut, about 40 times in a row. Now, that same track playing through, and we'd listen to it and go, and we're all singing along, the lime in the coconut, the lime in the coconut. And then it would play the next song and the next song, and then it was the lime in the coconut, because you had to manually change the tracks. So after about 20 times, we were laughing so hard because here it comes again. The lime in the coconut drink about the lime. Woo! Called the doctor, woke him up and said, "Doctor," and then we'd all quit laughing and listen to the next song and whatever, two or three songs on that track. And then lime in the coconut. And then about after 30 times, it got to be where it was painful to hear it. None of us could get up to change the track. But when it got to be at 40 times of her hearing this thing over however long, a couple of hours that we were there, um, that we were literally crawling on the floor begging someone to unplug the motherfucker because we couldn't stand to hear it again. But we were all on the other side of the room and couldn't get to it. So, at the time it was funny. And then it got to be like, oh my God, shoot me, kill me. I have to listen to this again. So, but anyway, with that said, after almost 4 hours and 20 minutes, I'll finish this up and salute you all, and um, wish you all a good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. And so, I thank you for hanging out with me. It doesn't build my ego up, but it's just nice to be able to hang out with folks, and because I do miss hanging out with folks, and like I've talked about before, the jam sessions, we'd get together and play guitar for fucking hours, and do a fire or just get in the house, and maybe back then when I was drinking, but we'd roll one up and have a beer, and somebody would think of a tune and we'd all sing, and if we didn't know it, we played along or just sat quiet. And for the people in the room, you'd pick a song, and it went around the circle, so everybody got a chance to play. But everybody else could play in, but it's like, okay, what song do you want to play? Well, how about this one, fellas? And off they'd go. And those days are over in a lot of ways, and especially with all the virus thing. But I am hoping that that those days aren't dead. And for my, part of me now, I'm here. Here's one for you, Michelle. I'll break out into an a cappella song and sing a tune. But I'm scared to get my guitar out because it's like sitting in a room and performing with a couple of other people, or someone says, "Hey, Dave, remember that song you used to play, and play it." But to like get on camera, do it, a video of it or whatever, is, I don't know, it's like egotistical or something. Like, here I am, here's my song, and and it's like, I haven't gotten over that hump. Sitting here and breaking into a song's one thing, but to sit down and not that I can't, I know hundreds of songs. Um, I might not be able to remember all the verses, but I remember the songs. Could probably get through the refrain, you know, or the chorus. But it's like, I don't know. It's my weird way of looking at things, but it's almost like, here, you're going to listen to this, whether I'm good or not. That's not the point. But from my perspective, um, it's like having a conversation. There is a point to it, and or to try enlightenment and so forth. But if I'm playing music, then it's for my own benefit. You know, um, it's I know this is my weird way of thinking. It's like I'm being selfish because I want to get out my guitar and play. But it used to be that I'd play, between 20, 30, 40 people, sometimes bigger groups. I have played, music in front of and so forth. Didn't bother me then, but to get out my guitar and play in front of this camera on YouTube is just like, but I don't know, it's different. Um, it's only for my benefit. It's because I'm not used to this platform. I'm used to playing in front of folks, whether in a room or auditorium or outside in a park, or I'm used to playing, in front of folks. And this is like I'm playing for myself, you know, feels egotistical. I that's my I'm getting over it, okay? It's one of those spirits, one of those things that the spirits are kind of yelling at me about, in that, in trying to open up those doors that got messed up from all of the brain trauma and so forth and etc., that in order for me to open those back up, because I ain't dead yet, that the music is important. The vibration of when you sing certain songs and you sing from the diaphragm, and that it makes my whole chest vibrate when even when I speak. At times I can feel the vibration of how I've learned to speak over the years. So it's what am I training for? I don't know, but it's the idea though that I get back at least some of what I was very natural to me, and that brings in harmonics, it brings in notes, it brings in into you know into frequencies. And the other thing that kind of hit me the other day was, you're not playing music. Why? Well, because it's selfish. There's nobody here. There's nobody around. Well, so you're being selfish. Now, here was the conversation, that you're being selfish for not playing. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, you say you're selfish because you're playing. There's nobody around. So, but you have to have somebody around to play. Well, it's just it seems just self. So you're going to look at this is the conversation in my tiny little head. So either way, you're going to be selfish. You're going to not play because you feel selfish. But then if you do finally make up your mind to play, you're going to be selfish because you're playing. So either way, I'm not going to win this argument. You see, and I was like, oh, I see your point. I'm always learning, you know. I see your point. So, but it is important, not about whether or not, um, for me, that I'm playing the guitar and whatever. And no, it's about the music itself. It's about the frequency. It's about being able to open up from my diaphragm and sing a song, and whatever the song is, it's sung with intent, pleasure, joy, whatever, saying, and to be able to sing it, play it in a way that there is harmony. So is that being selfish, or am I being selfish that I don't share it to the universe, even if it's only me in the house, and I don't put it out on the internet? So it's, you know what I mean? So I've been going through this, like, and And I'm leaning more towards you got to quit thinking this other way. You know, it's not about being selfish, but it is about the music. It is about the tone. It's about whether you all enjoy it and you hang out and want to sing along with me. Then it's about that too. Then see, so that isn't being selfish or being egotistical. It is in the sharing of the vibration of the music. And that's what I have to focus on, not all this other stuff that tries to get in the way. So, see, I have my issues too. I am by far perfect. I am a shaman in training. So, we've had 4.5 hours of interesting discussions from one end of the spectrum to the other. So, I'm going to be Shel Silverstein here and tell you that I got stoned and I missed it. I'm going to go check the stars before it gets much later, and it is 4:30 in the morning here ish. Oh, 4:44. Is that right? 4:44? 4:45. Full spectrum discussion. Yeah, you have lots to tell. Sounds like in many ways. If it brings you joy or happiness, then you shouldn't put it down. Exactly. It's a breadcrumb hint on your journey. Yeah, and it's one of the areas of my brain that got shut off, and I've been trying to access it. So you hear me break out into song. That's because I'm trying to open that part of my brain again. And the playing music, my fingers still remember, most of the chords, and I've lost my excuse at the moment is I've lost my calluses, and it'll take 3 or 4 weeks of playing every day, every other day, for at least 10 or 15 minutes to get my calluses back. And I just, oh man, my fingers, oh man, it's a self excuse, but spirits kicking me to play the drum. It's time for music again. For some reason, whatever is coming up here in the spring, and I don't I guess it is a celebration, but not of any. The thing that keeps coming across to me is that it's a celebration that we've made it this far, and we should be grateful for what we got, whatever it is at the time. And so that it's a celebration of just being we're still here kind of thing for whatever that means. And I get it, from all the turmoil and everything that we've been through up to this point, and it ain't over yet, but we've made it and we should be proud that we're here. And, you know, as the song, Dear Abby, quit wishing for bad luck and knock on wood. So, with that simple philosophy, it seems that the drum needs to come out, music needs to be played again, and not just simply for my benefit, but for the harmony to the universe, and the joy of the song. You know what I mean? And but there are those times when I have to look at, because of previous incidents and a really bad knock on the head, I have to look at things because of criticism from other folks, and I go, well, you're doing this to get attention. Not really. you know I used to give free puppet shows just because I liked doing it. It was the joy of doing it, and hearing people laugh, and being able to do it, to perform. Not and I have made decent money and I've made no money. I've spent money just to do my craft. But so in that disconnect where that part of my brain has had issues, I'm slowly making progress into those areas, and it feels good. It feels good. At my age, it makes me feel even younger. I really I'm pushing 70, and it's like I'm out, hacking trails through the swamp kind of thing. And it's like I refuse to give up. No, I might have a heart attack in the woods from what I'm doing someday, but at least I will have, if knock on wood, if that's the case, I will have been doing something that I thoroughly enjoy, it, I've lived my life, and so there would be no regrets. I guess it'd be a pain in the ass, they'd not be able to find my body down the river, Doug would probably let them know, um, but I would have no regrets if that's what happens, um, but I'm not going to live in fear that that's what could happen, because it's already happened to me with me and Sasha when I was on the river for those 3 days. So I'm not afraid of it anymore. I'm not looking forward to it, but if it does, it does. That's the answer. But do we do it for the simple pleasure that there are some people that I know is like, well, I'm going to put this video out because, I got these songs and I want everybody to hear my music and everything. And it's like, I don't, that's, that's not my motivation, I would play music here in the house, but I might not, put it on YouTube, I might not do it. But at the same time, since I've cleared up over here and I need to do some more cleaning and rearranging, um, I can see myself doing it, you know, and now that, you know, in so many ways, it's not that winter ain't over, but it pretty much is. I'm not going to be burning the heater as much, so I don't have wood in the way and things like that. And I can actually put the computer on the stove when I play over there. So it's like helps out everything, lighting and so forth, but and acoustics. Where right now, yeah, it's a little difficult to get things arranged, but so, but I've used that as an excuse to not play at all. What do you say, ST? Gallows humor, yeah. My son, when he was a kid, he played a harmonica and it was awesome how he played it. Understood his emotions through his sounds, mostly happy and silly. Yep, I got that, ST. Yep. Give credit to Julianne. She has me breaking words down now. Oh God, yeah. Sometimes sometimes that stuff gets possessive. Um, yep. I've been burning all the tree limbs the ice storm brought down last week. Yeah, I've had to cut a lot of. We have these privet hedges down here, and they don't grow real tall. Maybe 20 feet at a really high one, old one that's several years old. Maybe 20. Um, never get any taller. But they'll drop these little seeds down, and there are thousands of them that come up in the spring. And once they get root, you can cut them off, but they grow right back up. Cut them off, they grow right back up. If you don't take the roots out, you'll never get rid of them. And I pull the roots out and I cut them, and every year there are certain places where I just early spring before they're starting to the leaves are coming out big time. I'd go ahead and cut them down right now before they get out of hand. Then it'd be harder to handle. In even in 3 weeks' time, it'll be a lot harder to deal with what's starting to bloom now. So grab it, get a hold of it now, and try to nip it in the buds. And at some point between now and fall, I'll have to trim the same damn trees down again unless I pull them up. And then you're still not uh, sure of getting all they will grow from the roots. They're hard to get rid of, and I ain't putting poisons down. So, but what it does create is a lot of stuff to have a fire. It's not necessarily good firewood, but for, having a brush and burning stuff, so, and, I'm trying to move back outside into the. It's going to make good limbs for building the sweat lodge because they bend real well without breaking. There's a lot of natural stuff. When I get the inside area cleaned out, and then I'm going to start building the top of the um, sweat lodge. I'll take pictures and put them up somehow. I'll share that with everybody. I had to get the area opened up enough, but when I do it, I'll take pictures of how I put it together. Um, and somebody someplace else. Yeah, Bob, thanks. Um, yeah, sit around the campfire. Yeah, I'm planning it. So anyway, I know y'all have had enough. I've had enough. It's almost 5 o'clock. I love you. I do, Michelle. All y'all, and it's great hanging out with you. I got plans to do a fire out here in the setup, and I'm going to give um, my new Wi-Fi a chance to see how the if there's any lag or anything. But anyway, so I 1 more hour. No, honey, I can't do it. Um, I got places to be and people to see. I gotta go meet with the I gotta go meet with the folks upstairs, and uh, lately it seems that there's been a lot of conferences going on. I have asked my spirit guides to, if it's something really important that I'm off planet doing, I've asked them to. I don't want to know what it is because there's a lot of spying and negative creatures, and I don't want any information that might endanger anything or something. Nope, don't want it. So, but there's been a lot of information in that. We need to stay positive. We need to laugh through things. That my job is to, like, be the heyoki, um, and to, things look bleak to a lot of people. And even so, we got to knock on wood that, hey, let's stop wishing for bad luck and look for the good stuff. Remember, Michelle, you got this, girl. Okay. And just between you and me and the fence post, um, you're a couple of percent off of the 100%. And you just have to look in the mirror and go, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, and have that confidence. So just wanted to pass that along with you. Just a personal note. Um, Sorry I shared it, but anyway, it had to be said. But anyway, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Each and every day when I put my feet on the floor and walk the dog to the door, I say thank you. And I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that'll come up past my knees, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to accept, receive, and sharing the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe, as each and every one of you are learning to do it and continue. So, David, Esty, Michelle, um, if I miss somebody, I love you all. I do. You all are great folks. And if you feel your faith lacking or that there is no hope, there's always hope, even in the darkest days. So we have to believe, 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 believe that somehow we're going to make it to the other side. We are grateful that we have made it this far. Stuff wishing for bad luck and knock on wood. We are grateful for what we have. We're grateful that we are here. We're grateful that we can stay communicated with each other. We are grateful that we share cosmic hugs. We are grateful to know each other and to be able to share these blessings. I know it sounds like we're praying around supper time, ain't it? But, um, these are the prayers that are the spontaneous ones that are meaningful yesterday and tomorrow. But this prayer for this moment is for this moment. It will be carried on, but it's the spontaneity of the prayer and of just saying thank you that makes it so unique to the universe. And Elderberry, how you doing? You're very welcome. Cosmic hugs, everybody. Honestly, So I'll go to sleep with a smile on my face and confidence that I should get out my guitar, if nothing else, than to play for the sake of playing. And it's my own damn fault if I don't. So, but anyway, so thank you for giving me that confidence to, you know, and I really do need to open up that part of my brain. It's liberating and freeing and so forth, and I just need to, for myself, it's liberating, and quit denying myself a simple pleasure of playing some music, and for me to quit this insanity of like, wow, who you being, stingy, you're playing it for yourself, and I got a crazy brain, so I have to get over those things. So you lovely people, sleep well, be safe, stay warm, stay dry, and always be compassionate. And that law of one covers a lot of stuff. So cheers, everybody. Until next time, be safe. TTFN from South Georgia. Hawkeye Two Feather saying, adios, amigos, senors and senoritas. Adios, adios. Ay, 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 ay.